Welcome everyone to the Finance Committee meeting on February 26, 2024. Roll call, and we do have a long list. Councillor Kennis is absent with notice. Councillor Hippel, I believe, has his proxy. Councillor Brennan is absent with notice. Councillor Pelkman has his proxy. Councillor Pammer is joining us via Zoom, and I believe Director Lilborn will be also. And our CAO, Tricia McKibben, is absent with notice. So, are there any declaration of pecuniary interest? Seeing none. Motion that the agenda for this evening's proceedings be approved. Councillor Wilsey, second by the Deputy Mayor. All in favor? Carried. And just a note to Councillor Pammer, if I miss you, put the little yellow hand up there, scream and holler, and I'll apologize up front. Motion to receive the 2024 draft budget, which is the proposed budget, the budget actual surplus, and the reserve funds. Just a motion to receive for information. Councillor Wilsey?
Yeah, I just had a question.
Yeah, can't talk about it until we receive it. And then Councillor Pelkman second. Sorry, now Councillor Wilsey.
Just a clarification, the reserve funds and trust funds document, that's the same one we received back in October. I'm just looking for clarification on that.
Okay. Yes, it is. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. We'll now move on. I believe this evening I am going to bring a motion here in a minute, but help me, Director Dakin. Tonight we're going to deal with the capital budget for engineering and public works to start, correct? And a note to everybody that staff, I've spoken to Director Dakin this morning and CEO last week, they're really looking for our input. So now we have input, especially on the capital. Now is the time to, for lack of a better word, get at it. But I'd like to start by bringing a motion, and I ran this by Director Dakin this morning. Mine's to do with the operating budget. So the operating budget currently is sitting at a 6% increase on taxation. I'd like to bring a motion to have staff come back with an operating budget that is down to a 4% taxation increase. So I will bring that motion if there's anyone to second it. Deputy Mayor, any questions? No. Councillor Pelkman.
Just from a dollar figure, how much is that looking to trim?
The truth is, if I did it right, 2 points, it's 150. Is that 350? Help me with the math, Director.
For the rate, it would be about 1.9 taxation decrease in taxation.
0.9 million
1.9 million
from the operating budget.
from the operating budget.
And just, I understand, clarifying, so what I asked as part of the motion, have staff come back, overall, look at the overall budget, tell us, if they can do it, and where they would have to cut in order to do it, and we would make the decisions. Councillor Wilsey.
There are a few things that were in the last operating budget that we saw that weren't fully calculated yet, like the shortfall for Caradoc housing. We know that's going to be not zero. Also, the Tri-Township Arena wasn't included in there, and there was a few other operating things that hadn't been included, which I think totaled about $1 million in extra. That wasn't included in the previous document. I would say that if we do anything, we need to take those at their worst case scenario when we're looking at it, so that we don't end up with a deficit at the end of the year. If I could just make that as an amendment, that we take any of the, as worst case, so we take the full value of the Tri-Township as well as the full value of the potential loss of the Caradoc housing.
Okay.
In that number, so those are at their full value, not discounted when we do that calculation.
Okay, I will, Councillor Pelkman.
Sorry, can you just give me a clear understanding exactly? So staff is going to come back with a suggestion?
Absolutely, that's a good word, a suggestion. And then it'll be incumbent on us to approve or not their suggestions.
So we'd basically then see budget with red lines, so to speak, about what is potentially on the chopping block?
Yeah, I don't like the word chopping block, but yes, how about reduction, right? Reduction, and then I think it's also important that they be upfront that if there's a service level impact or what the impact of that may be, whatever, grass may not get cut every week, maybe every other week, but I think it's important, Counselor, that we start somewhere, right? And start with a number, work backwards, and if we have to work forward after that, but you know, we could sit here as council and make the cuts and send it back, but I think staff overall should know, again, it's the overall budget, right? So you may take from one area and not in the other, or move some dollars around, but I think what I'm trying to accomplish, Counselor, is start somewhere, right? And put it back on staff to come back and be open and honest. If they can do it, great. If there are some impacts on the community, we should know that. And then that comes back on us, whether we say yes or no to those cuts, let's use them that word. When I look overall at it, I know there are some, you know, Director Dakin and I talked about where there's some additions of staff, like in community services, but there's an increase in user fees, right? So I think just as a starting point. So any other questions, comments, concerns?
Was my friendly amendment accepted?
Yeah, I think I accepted it. I think the Deputy Mayor, did you want to accept this friendly? Yep. So you want to read that back, Claire?
All right, just for clarification, so the initial motion that staff come back with an operating budget with a suggested 4% taxation decrease. With the
Taxation increase. You said
increase, yes. With Councillor Wilsey's friendly amendment, that the full value of Tri-Township Arena and Caradoc housing be used in that calculation. Is that correct?
Yes, yep. And I gotta ask this, because Director Dakin, not to put you on the spot in the absence of the CAO, when do you think we could reasonably get that? I don't want to say tomorrow or next week, but just as we move along in the process.
Through the chair to the chair, so I think our next scheduled meeting is March 4th, which this wouldn't be ready for that. So to the best of my knowledge, we don't have anything scheduled beyond March 4th. So it would be, I guess, at the will of council, what the next finance committee would be. I would suggest it would probably take us, 2 weeks maximum.
That's fair, that's what I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any other questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you for that. How did you, and I should note, a little extra time, and I just give it 2.5 hours here, but I think it's important tonight that I do want to have the in-camera session. I think that's important that we get through that tonight, because there's some direction there that we'd like to have. It'd be nice to get through the capital and engineering and public works. So, Director Dakin, how do we want to proceed? Just have Director Strauss go through?
Through the chair to the chair, yes. I think it's probably best that Director Strauss just steps in, and then we go from there.
And let's, in interest of time, and this is a committee meeting, I'm not going to get too hung up if you want to direct your questions to the director directly, or director, if you want to go back, you don't need to do through the chair and that. This is a committee meeting, so.
Okay, well, thank you. So I'll just, I have explained these projects before, but so just for council's ease, I am on the capital project sheets for EPW capital budget sheets. It's number 6 on the attachment of the proposed 2024-2027 budget.
And just for clarification, Director, these were all you identified as priority ones, correct? These are all, in your mind, priority ones?
Yes, essentially. I'll start off with the first two. If may not be priority ones, but they're on there. But the rest are all priority ones.
So, you know, sorry, the song sheet we're working off of, I think is the best is, you know, the capital project sheets for each one is individual.
They are all individually, but they're grouped together as one PDF.
Okay, yeah,
So sorry, I'll explain that a little better. On the council agenda, it's number 4.1, and then it's the attachment number 6 is what I'm on.
yep,
And I'll just run through that.
okay.
I'm kind of thinking everybody's addressed it. So, okay, so the first one is Scott Street West Design and Reconstruction. So this project I would consider not a priority one. However, there was an agreement signed with the municipality to service a vacant parcel. Kind of, if you're looking at the picture in the attachment, it's on the north side of the road, and it's a vacant land that was severed. The agreement says to provide a sanitary service stub to that property. Rather than doing something improper, we are following our design standards and recommending to redesign and reconstruct the whole street. Typically, we split out the design portion in 1 year and then construct the next. This one is just a very small piece of project to do, so that's why we're recommending to do that in 1 year.
Go ahead, just go right to the director.
Do you want me to call it, or?
No, yeah, they'll ask. We're gonna do this informally. I think that's the best way.
Thank you. What do you think the cost would be as if we just provided them a stub without redoing the street?
So that would not follow any design standards, and we'd actually be just like ripping up a boulevard and putting a stub. That would be, I don't know, maybe in the neighborhood of 50,000.
But it would satisfy the agreement?
Yes, it would.
I would suggest that'd be a good place to start with cutting.
Okay.
So I'll make that motion that we just provide them a stub rather than do a full urban design for that street.
Okay. Anyone to second the motion? Deputy Mayor, any questions or comments?
I had a question that might
Yep.
tie into that. Jake, if we were to upgrade the street, and I'm not familiar with where this area is, but if we upgrade that to full urban standard and it becomes a wider street, is that not gonna be a shortcut between the bigger road and the other one where we have increased traffic and complaints about that as well? Maybe that's another reason to back Councillor Pelkman's motion and not do it. Or have we done a traffic study to know how much that's going to do?
Sorry, if I understood the question correctly, it was if the developed lot got built, it would increase the traffic?
No, if we change this from the narrower street, just knowing how things go, if you go from a narrow street to a nice wide street with gutters and lots of room to go down, and looking at where it goes on both ends, would that not increase? Because it looked like there's wider streets on both sides than this one. Would this not be a shortcut that people would start taking? And or is that not a concern with this project?
That's a valid point. It could. It does connect between Milner and McKellar, and McKellar does have lots of 3 schools on it. McKellar is definitely a busier road than Milner, so that could be a possibility. I don't know for certain though.
Donna's got a question.
Yeah. Councillor Palmer, sorry, I was looking for a couple of sheets of this.
I am very familiar with, that's okay, I am familiar with the area, it's just down the street from me. I don't think it would be a cut through because it doesn't really cut through to anywhere. And it is, I don't think it would widen that much. My question is though, the development that's going on that corner, is it a single, do you know, is it a single home or is it gonna be townhouses? Because it's quite a big lot and that may, I don't know, like if it was some townhouses. It's also joining 2 streets, like you said, to McKellar, where there's 3 schools. So we've been talking about sidewalks in this area. So that's one thought I had, that it probably would not be a bad thing to have a sidewalk there for kids walking from Milner over to McKellar to go up the street to school. But also just wondering what the volume of that development is going to be.
Unfortunately, I don't have that because they haven't submitted an application. I would assume just because it's surrounded by residential that it would be brought forward with residential, but I don't know that, unfortunately.
Deputy Mayor.
I'll just comment to Councillor Wilsey. So I'm quite familiar with the location of this street. I don't see it being a cut through. I think people that are on Milner Street are traveling from probably Burns down to Metcalf, or vice versa, and people that are on McKellar are on McKellar because they want to be on McKellar. They're running up to the 10th, or sorry, Carroll Street all the way down to Metcalf, or somewhere in between. So I don't think the two streets really interact a whole lot. And on the sidewalks, I would say for children on McKellar would probably walk up to Burns, brand new sidewalks on Burns, and then they'd come across to Burns, and they would go up the new part of McKellar Street again with all the sidewalks. So sidewalks are properly provided for everybody in that area.
See none, any other, okay, we have a motion, all in favor, opposed if any, carried.
Okay. Okay. Lost my page. Down the next.
Second one, we're not.
Yeah, sorry, no, I have my tabs. So the next one is Beach Street Design, so it's between McKellar and Adelaide. This is just the design portion. $75,000 is what we anticipate the engineering costs. It's just the design, and this is brought forward. There are a couple developments being brought forward, such as the Women's Rural Resources Center. And then this street has historical flooding issues. They actually don't have any storm sewers, and McKellar Street was designed to accommodate the storm flows. So that's why we're bringing this forward for a design only.
Any questions? Okay, once, see none. Do we need to vote on and approve these, Director Dakin, or if we don't do it, and we just want to make sure?
I think we'll perform this like Rogers, it's negative billing. So
Okay.
if you don't say no, then it still stays in.
Okay,
How's that?
that's fine. Director Strauss.
Okay, sorry, just catch
Oh,
my breath.
sorry, Counselor, sorry.
No,
No,
Donna.
Donna, sorry. I need the little yellow hand. Go ahead.
Yeah. It's okay, just a quick comment. I remember when this came forth, again, because it's not far from my place, for the zoning application change where we're gonna put in, I think it's a 4-plex or a 6-plex on that street, and there was a lot of discussion at that time about lack of sidewalks, all the water, all the flooding, and parking. So I feel like we, and at that time, the department, Jake, you did say that, you know, sidewalks and lights were coming to that street. So I do feel like we've made a public commitment to that as part of approving that new, the new housing that was going up there.
Counselor Derbyshire.
I just, going through our priority 1, 2, and 3s, was this, did we kind of do the same thing with you where we said, let's put all your ones in and see what that makes your budget and go from there? Like, and was this one of the ones that we happened to throw in?
Yeah, this one was kind of just happened to throw in. It's not, I wouldn't call it a priority 1, and kind of be like a 1.5 as much as the first one, just the effects of everything coming forward, we wanted to align it appropriately with all the applications. And then obviously storm issues and sidewalks.
But this is part of your budget that made up your cut down to what said number was that actually made us in compliance with what we put back to. Okay.
That's correct, yes.
Okay. Director?
Okay, so the next one is Queen Street, the second phase, so that's including the tracks, so we'll be directionally drilling new water sanitary storm under the tracks, and then redoing all the way to Metcalf Street. Metcalf Street, there's gonna be a small piece between Queen and Arthur Street, and then Arthur Street all the way past Front Street, through Front Street, through an easement on an existing residential property and providing a storm outlet to the Sydenham River. So this project split between a 60-40 split, so 60% of it would be taxation and 40% would be user fees.
Where did the, sorry, so Tony, can you hear me? Where do the user fees come from? Are they on like water, wastewater, or they're?
Yes, so it's 20% water and 20% wastewater.
And
Get one more, yeah.
I did have a follow-up on that, and when I look at the reserves and the amounts, some of those reserves are actually negative, so maybe this isn't a question to you, but how do we deal with the funds when the reserves are in negative and we're pulling them out to pay for a project?
So the way this works is because this was part of the financial plan with water and wastewater, there's sort of an upfront load on the projects. Obviously, timing is a big deal on these from a standpoint of when the funds come in. We're working on I believe it was a 10-year horizon for those fees. So over the time, those reserves would go back into a plus balance.
So when they're not in a plus balance though, are we taking interest in paying on that, or are we using our cash reserves from other things and just kind of floating that like we're doing a construction loan with the other things?
So I guess it would be up to council how they would like to handle that. If they want to do sort of construction loan and then just pay the loans out of the fees and then they would eventually recoup over time, or if council prefers to front load with other fees, or sorry, other reserves to offset those based on the timing, we can do it that way as well. So I think what would happen is, chances are, if this progresses, then there'd be a fulsome discussion around how does council want to handle those reserve transfers. Do they want to do it, like we said, like a construction loan, or do we want to do it using other reserves, offsetting and then paying back those reserves out of the fees as they come in?
Okay. Deputy Mayor. You got a phone. Go ahead.
To the director, so in this project, is Arthur Street also a complete rebuild? Curbs, gutters?
Yes, it is, yes.
So I would assume that will take care of some of the random parking issues we have along Arthur Street? Because if I'm correct, and it's just a point of clarification, so I believe in the new design of the fire hall, it actually becomes cyclical where they're out onto Metcalf and come back in either Arthur and East Center or East Center, I guess, depending on whichever way they're coming in. So that's going to get much busier with the trucks, right? So Arthur Street, we're gonna do something to look after that. Great, thank you.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, go ahead, Councillor Palpin.
Yeah, so just to follow up on Councillor Wilsey's question. So when we had the 10% increases on the water wastewater fees, that anticipated that we were borrowing, did it not?
That is correct.
Yeah, okay.
Okay. So I just want, did we already give tentative approval of this to go out to tender? I thought was there two that we did go out to tender?
We didn't because,
I'll let him answer that.
well, I was just gonna say that the
Yeah.
reason we didn't is he wasn't sure of the amount.
Okay, so that hasn't gone out to tender yet, correct?
So sorry, council did approve for staff to put it out for tender, but they did not approve the project. So it's, that we're currently
Right.
just buttoning up the final tender package and we will be posting it for
Got it.
tender. At that point, I do anticipate the cost to likely be over $8 million in total, but I don't know at this point.
So piggybacking on what Councillor Wilsey questioned, we will, before we approve this at council, we will have to have a full understanding how it's getting paid for before we vote one way or the other, correct? So I think that's where you're going
Yeah,
with it.
that's where I was going with that, and then there was, sorry, I keep forgetting my microphone. Donna,
Yeah,
you can
Donna
hear me
needs to
all right
hear.
the other way. When we met and discussed this back in January, you had thought that your $8 million cost might be as much as 30% lower. Are you still under that impression, or do you think that, do you have any idea where this is gonna come in?
I wish I had a magic wand. No, I don't. It still could come under budget. It really depends. The timing of the year where we're posting this isn't ideal. It would have been nicer to have approval in December and then post through that winter break. Then contractors could hit the ground running in the new year. So I don't know what it's looking like, but just from what I've heard in the area is that the prices have come in higher than anticipated.
Okay. One more, Greg.
Yep, one more. So if it does come in higher, I think we have the option. It's not something that has to be done right now. We could put it off by a year and say tender it again in the fall if the rate's not where we like it. Is that correct?
Yeah, council has the option to cut all capital, really. The one thing I will put on is why this is priority one, is this is the storm outlet for Queen Street. Currently, English Street is the outlet for the south portion of Queen Street, which is already at capacity. This is also the outlet for the Fieldcrest development that is not fully built out yet.
Okay. All right. Next one, Director.
Okay, so next one I have is Oxford Street and Richmond design. So this one has a very old water main. We've experienced quite a few breaks every single year since I've been here and previous to that. So the water main's over 100 years old. And this is just the design portion. Back in 2010 to 2012, the actual design was underway, and then it just, I don't know why, but it came to a stop, and the project was never brought forward. This is going to be a big project, but it is mostly designed. We just need to update things to our urban standards and appropriate grades and whatnot with the design.
Okay. Councilor Pelton.
I can shed light as to why it was set aside, was because the railway was gonna give a good chunk of cash, and then that cash disappeared, so. My question is does it have to be all 3 streets, or can it be, portioned out? Or at least in the build portion?
When it comes to construction, that's what you're referring to? It can certainly be split out. It was just, that's how the project was started with the design, and we just decided to continue on and make sure everything was upgraded.
And do we know the condition of the under the street infrastructure on Maitland?
It is all in very, it's all at the end of its life cycle.
Deputy Mayor. Thank you.
I don't doubt that it's extremely old, but I just wonder, like, we're doing this wastewater master plan. Will this get captured inside the master plan? So, like, how does the master plan work with this plan?
Yeah, that's a good question. So the master plan will look at areas for servicing capacity. So it'll identify that the pipes were too small in this area. That's part of our design project, though, as well as our engineers are looking at what is the appropriate size for what we need for, if there is future growth in the area. This area is kind of a more heavily built up area, so I don't anticipate too much growth, but it looks at pinch points and pipes. If there's let's just say if there was something that needed to be connected from Albert Street down to Metcalf, it would look at upsizing a sanitary service, for instance, if we needed to service a different area. So the master plan won't have a drastic impact on this, because we are looking at the size of capacities and stuff with our design as well. But we do incorporate everything with our master plan. We do say this is a potential project. Can you give us this is kind of like priority one for their review, if you can focus on this area first, and then they'll let us know if our design's good or not, and what we need to increase.
So, is now the time to do this, or are we potentially duplicating
Keep your
work?
microphone on, Deputy
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry.
Fairness to Councilor Palmer.
Sorry. Is now the time to be doing this, or are we potentially duplicating work because we're gonna end up with 2 studies going on at the same time? That's my...
I see what you're saying. So the master plan, we are almost at the completion stages of our modeling. Like we have about a month or 2 left, and then they really put the meat and potatoes of the master plan together. So this design, if it was approved, I think we're looking at March timeline for approval. I don't believe that would conflict at all with the master plan, because we would have the immediate recommendations out of that plan and just make sure that they're followed with this design.
Any other questions? Councilor Pelton.
Yes, thank you. Just since I lived on Oxford Street for 13 years, I know there were multiple people that were having drain problems coming out of their house and would have sewage back into their houses. There's houses where they share a connection to the sewer under the street, and that causes problems. And I also know that on Maitland Street, the individual who has the industrial building on the corner of Maitland and Albert has been, or Victoria has been looking for some relief on flooding for a long time, but that water has no place to go currently. So with proper curb and gutter, that would help solve issues that have been long-standing. So from a design point, it's not a lot of money, but I think that section of town needs to be fixed.
Councilor Derbyshire.
Thank you. I realize right now we're just looking at $75,000 for design, but do we have any idea of what kind of millions this project's gonna cost us and the one before, and probably there's one more after this? Like, we seem to have a whole lot of problems here with 150-year-old pipes in Strathroy, which leads me to believe we're probably never gonna get to sewer pipes ever in Mount Bridges.
So off the top of my head right now, I don't know what that would cost, but I can certainly have that brought back to council.
Yeah, I'm just kind of looking at where we're moving, going forward.
So, one of the things with these kinds of projects where we're sort of doing design is it gets the project to a design-ready stage. So in the event of grants and stuff that we can apply for it, one of the things that we're finding is the window for grant applications is shortening each time. So if we have shovel-ready projects, so what this does is puts a project ready to go forward in the event that grants come available. So the idea would be, it's obviously, again, council's decision, but council could say, listen, until we get grants, we're not gonna really take this on. And then it allows us the opportunity to have those projects ready if and when those grants are available. So that's the idea behind those studies.
Okay, and I do thank you for that answer. I just hope going forward, we're doing the same on the other end where we're shovel ready if they decide they're throwing out money for new projects, not just reuse projects, just so that we can kind of look at it and say there's stuff going on in both our towns as opposed to one.
And just, and that's a fair comment, just the province, and now it's just a wastewater grant, correct? So that's that kind of thing. I agree with Councilor Derbyshire, we do. Moving forward, yeah.
Right, so again, to Councilor Derbyshire's comment, to be honest with you, that's really the lion's share what the province and the feds grant for is new projects. They really don't care about, and that might be a little harsh way to put it, they don't care about the replacement and the maintenance of stuff. They just want new stuff moving through. So to be honest with you, we probably have a better chance of getting new projects, i.e. Mount Bridges, those kinds of things, than we do getting a grant on something like this.
No, and that is right, because the verbiage in the program when it was announced, the word growth was in there, correct? Okay, anything else? One more. Councilor Wilsey.
As we're going through, and this is just general, when we're doing design, at the open house on the weekend, I was speaking with one of the people that work in the water department at London, and what they're doing with a lot of their pipes is actually relining them. Is that, when we look at them, are we looking at the process of relining them? And because what I'm told is that in London that's significantly less expensive and they can get additional life. I don't know what those timeframes are, but we can get additional life out of old infrastructure and stop the leaks and defer it for a number of years.
Absolutely. So that is a great technique. It's very invasive. It's not invasive. It certainly works. We actually did it on Front Street. Most of that pipe had been lined, and I don't recall the year, but it was prior to my time.
So in, I believe it was 2015, 2016. So we did all of Front Street. If you happen to come in during the work, you would have thought it was ice fishing was going on, because they had these little huts they just put over top of a manhole, and they basically ran, it's, Councilor Derbyshire probably, you know how they wrap the bales of hay? It's kind of that same thing. They shoot this robot down that just wraps the inside, And it marks every time there's an opening, another robot comes behind it and cuts the hole and seals it. It's an amazing process, and it was like a tenth the price. So I think we were budgeting about 800,000 to do that, and we relined for about 80,000, but it gives you an 8 to 10 year window maximum on those things. So that's kind of where we're at downtown here and why we're doing the reconstruction down there.
Just one quick one on this overall, just, we got two here for 75,000 each for redesign. I know that we have a link on a tender. Do you use the same one? Is there a retainer you could pay to one to bring the cost down, or, because this is 75,000 each time, right?
So certainly, we can look for the so BM Ross actually did the design for, what did I call it, sorry, Oxford and Richmond Street design in 2010 and 2012, and they still have the drawings, and I'll say they're about 80% done, and this is just to get to the final completion stage. So I would recommend when I bring it, if this was to be approved, I would bring a report back asking to sole source, and we certainly could just ask them to give a price for that other Beach Street project, but we can also just put that out to fair bid as well.
Okay. You have one, Councillor Pelkman?
It was just a comment, but I believe when we did the lining, we did portions of Metcalfe and Adelaide as well. There was a fair chunk of town that was done with that lining because it was a good product and pretty cheap to do.
Okay, no more, next one.
I was just gonna make a comment. So just the lining portion, certainly it's a great technology if your pipe is under the life expectancy age, and it may only have one, I'll call it one bad spot in the pipe, then certainly that's a great option and can preserve monies to last further, but yeah. Okay, I'll move on. So Saxton Road redesign and reconstruction. So this is Saxton Road from Carroll to Collins Way. This is also in conjunction with the Strathroy Crossings drain. So the two projects are both development driven, except for there is a $640,000 benefit to existing houses on Saxton. But most of the project is covered through DCs. This is also one that council did give the go ahead to just put out the tender, but no awards. So again, this will be full urbanization, storm sewers. The sanitary water are actually already in good shape and were redone not too long ago, within 10 years, I believe. So they're in good standing.
Questions? Councillor Wilson?
Just looking at how this lines up with the, and if you can include this in your future ones, it's probably the same question with everything that has development charges. I'm looking at the different accounts, and is there enough from the positive accounts to fund this, or do we again have to look at debt or something else to fund this one? Because it's 2.6 million, and I see there's not very many accounts that have that much in it.
So it would involve putting the DCs into a negative. So whether we have to borrow, those kinds of things, or delay other projects, that's, again, would be part of how that would all be lined up for council to make that decision.
Maybe just to make things easier, so I don't ask it all the time, can we ask for a report on which DCs are going to go negative and what the cost is going to be until they're replenished? Is that can I make a motion to get that report?
Bring a motion.
So my motion is to get a report on the DCs and any other reserves that are going negative, and the results and how that would be funded and what costs would be involved and options there are to fund that.
Okay, seconder, Councillor Derbyshire, any questions? Councillor Pelkman?
Just clarification so I understand what I'm voting for. So if we haven't decided on what projects we're gonna do, how are we gonna know how many of them need to be funded?
My question was for anything that we've decided, or if we're looking at it, maybe that's part of our decision process for knowing how the different reserves are going to be funded.
So
we'd know, my thought was on the report, it would show each project, how much is going in negative and what the potential cost would be for our options to fund that. Shouldn't be that hard, it should be it's just, there's this much in the reserve, we want to spend this much out of it, the balance is this much.
yeah, no, I'm thinking, so let's take, for example, the two $75,000 design ones.
They're not using development charges
No,
or.
I'm just using it as an example. So we've got multiple projects. If we say one's a go and one isn't, then we're not taking out so much wood. You know what, doesn't matter. But
No, I think I understand, you're gonna help here. So
Just trying to show your running tally.
Yeah, just.
So it'll go in and out, but you will.
Yeah, I'm not against it, I just
trying-
I just wanna know what I'm.
Yeah, the only reason I'm looking for it is, there's two different ways that we could look at it. And the way that I've been looking at the numbers going forward, we have so much money in reserves. We've got about, across the different reserves, there's about, I think it's about 30 million that's unallocated. So we can use some of that as cash out of it, as long as we don't do all our capital projects. We can use some of that money to float us, and we don't need to have a construction loan. But keep in mind, if we do that, then that money is not available for other projects. So if we spend that money to save the interest, then we can't spend it somewhere else until it's paid back. So that's kind of what I'm looking at now. Are we pulling out? And the reason I look at that is if I'm looking at the development charges now, we've got the engineering one is at, it's already 4.2 million overdrawn. And then when I scroll down to water and wastewater under reserve funds, it's $6 million overdrawn. We have a bunch of overdrawn reserves already, so we're already doing some of that without paying interest. And if we keep doing that without knowing where we're at, it could be a point where we look and there's nothing there. So I just want to make sure that we have eyes on it and we know what we're doing.
No, can I suggest, I like the idea, I'm on board with it, although, do we wait till we get the budget done? Then have the report when it's all in, and then at the end say, okay, here's the impact, and then look at it, or you want just a running tally like Bo said?
My thought would be, is that if once it's in, it's just adding lines to an Excel. It's not gonna be that hard to update. It's just gonna be a formula. And my thought is that depending on what we're doing, that would give us another tool to decide on what we do and do not wanna do. Just to choose where we're going so we can be in the best possible position at the end of this budget.
Okay, no, understand. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. It's a good idea, Greg.
Okay, so I'm gonna move on to environmental services, so
Can I just ask one more?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead, Bo.
Sorry, that got way down the river. When it says the 640 out of taxation for benefiting the existing, does that mean the people that are benefiting from it are paying, or total taxation is? Okay,
it'll be total taxation, yeah.
just wanted clarification. Thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so the next bulk until, I think there's 1, 2, 3, I think there's 8, that I'll go through are all out of user fees, so these are water and wastewater rates. So this one here is the skate upgrades. I believe last time I gave you guys an analogy of this is the TV system, and right now we have the VHS that we're upgrading to the smart TV. So this is going to be an ongoing project. So this is upgrade to our existing PLCs and going to the current standard of Allen Bradley. So the sites that we've included are the McNabb Pumping Station, High Street Pumping Station, Bella Street Pumping Station, the Arnella Street Pumping Station, Northwest Pumping Station, Mill Road Pumping Station, and also the Mount Bridges Wastewater Treatment Facility.
Questions?
Okay.
Oh, sorry, Bo, just
I
jump right in.
It says it's approved to proceed, same with the next one. Does that mean, like we already said, this is a go-ahead?
Oh, no, sorry. The question was, does it need council direction? Is that required? And we do need council direction. So we would put out a tender for this work, and then once the tender closed, I would bring back a report to council for approval. So it's not, sorry, it says approval to proceed.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant like,
Yeah.
yes, it's already been approved, so I'm like, well, we can skip through these.
Okay,
Okay, so the next one is water meter reading equipment. So this is just the equipment that we use to go around driving in our vehicle to ping all the meters and collect all the readings. It's coming up to the end of its useful life, and it's just, we're recommending to replace it.
Councilor Wilsey.
Is there a way with this equipment, and I know that this isn't that big of an item, but when I think I've spoken to, I think it was you previously, we have a staff member who's every couple weeks is driving around, and they spend a couple days trying to get driving the vehicle around, sitting, collecting the meter readings with these. So there's a lot of staff time that's involved with collecting the meter readings. Is there a potentially more expensive option where there are multiple fixed stations where you could like mount them on a hydro pole or mount them somewhere and it's always reading it and we eliminate that staff? Just at the long run, I think if we were to spend $150,000 and then we don't need to pay a staff in a vehicle to collect the meter readings, I think that would be a better long-term decision. Are there options for that?
There likely is. I haven't looked into that, to be honest. So just to clarify on the staff time, it's about a day and a half, and it's once a month.
But there's a car and fuel, and it's a day and a half once a month that we could use somewhere else.
So maybe I'll step in. So when we went to the new meter reading, our radio frequency one, there was an option to go to what's cell-based. So the idea would be there'd be several towers put up within the community. They would you would, through an automation here, push a button, and it would go out and ping all those towers to then bring everything in. I think the cost differential was about 800,000 between the two systems. So we went with a radio frequency one with the idea that the meters that are in can be switched over at some point if this becomes problematic, to the radio, away from the radio frequency to a cell based, if I'm not mistaken. Again, accounting, talking about engineering. But the idea was there was going to be towers throughout that basically you could sit in this office and get those reads, just sitting in the office here.
Yeah, that's what I was talking about. So could we look into it? There's, with the IoT and 4.0 and some of the new things that are coming out there, I think there's probably a good chance that it's a much lower investment than 800,000. Before we approve 25,000 for a meter reader and need a staff to run it, I would think we should look at the automated version as well and just do a comparison. Okay, do I need to make that a motion?
Yeah, make a motion.
All right, I'd make a motion to look at an automated alternative to the handheld meter.
Okay, so I think Councillor Derbyshire, all in favor? Carry.
Some opposed, just so you know.
So, pardon me?
I said there were some opposed, just so you know.
Yeah, I apologize, yes, I did.
Not that I'm actually against the idea. I just think it might be a better idea to look at 2 years down the road than now.
2 years down the road, we already bought the meter and it's 5 or 6 years.
Well, it's probably not a bad thing when you think about them giving out money. If we're looking at projects that could be, you never know, they might pay you to upgrade technology to put towers up so that they can use your tower for more internet or something like that. Like, who knows in this world?
Yeah, that's true. Director. Director Strauss.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify, that wouldn't, if the meter reading did be removed from the job description, that wouldn't eliminate that staff member. That staff member is fully busy full-time.
Yeah, and that's fine. Then we have 12 more hours that staff member can do something more productive than driving around sitting in a car.
Okay, we'll move on from this one.
Okay, so just to be clear, was that item cut or is that to remain?
We asked for a second option. So we can decide between this and the fully automated version.
Okay.
So the next one is sludge hauling. So this is out of our Strathroy Lagoon. So all of our sludge heads over to the lagoon. We've started an annual program that we've been doing for quite a few years because it was never historically cleaned out. This is a fixed amount tender that we posted. So it's 300,000 is the absolute upset limit. The successful contractor goes in, takes out the sludge and hauls it off-site to they take care of all the regulations and everything required with hauling sludge. So I'll leave it at that.
With it being annual and being completely subcontracted, shouldn't this be under operations?
I can add it to the operations if you want, but it won't be a lifetime cycle. So it's just until the lagoon's cleaned out. But we do have a couple years of sludge hauling.
So, yeah, I think that's the difference, right? Operation should be ongoing and where this is infrequently, so infrequent should be a capital item, correct? Yeah, any more? Hey,
Oh, sorry. So this is refurbishing of the pump station. I apologize if I didn't put it in the user fee selection of the funding sources, but the $750,000 would be coming from the user fees to refurbish the pump stations. So this one is the design and construction for structural repairs, the PLC replacement, and the backup generator replacement.
questions? Okay,
Okay, the next one is the Darcy Drive replacement of copper services. So it says $80,000 as the total. It's actually only $40,000 that we would be taking out of this year's user fees, because $40,000 was a carry forward from last year. We did post a tender, contractors did not bid on it, and when we asked to the plan takers why not, the feedback was that the price was not appetizing. So they suggested to increase the price, which is what we did, and we're hopeful for bidders this time.
okay,
So the next one is pump station pump spares. So this is our pumps for any pumping station. They do have a long lead time, so we're recommending to have these pumps ordered, put on the shelf, and then that way in the event of an emergency or replacement or repair needed, we can have a pump slid in, and then we can get the other pump repaired, or if it's at the end of its useful life cycle, we'll be bringing back another future capital one for pump spares.
Councilor Wilsey.
Are the pumps standardized across our system where the same pump can be used in all the different locations? So they're all the same size in Mount Bridges and Strathroy and everywhere?
So they're standardized mostly with the same brand, but they're not all the same size. Some do have different sizing.
So are we buying 2 or 3 different pumps, or is just $30,000 for one pump?
It would be different pumps. Okay, so the next one is the long-range financial plan. So this is required to be updated every 5 years. This is our 5th year, so we're recommending, based off of our last year's prices with a slight increase over the years, that we could get this project done for $35,000. So this will give us the next 10-year plan for our user fees for both water and wastewater rates. Okay, so now we're jumping out of user fees and we're jumping into, I'll call them road projects. So most of these we've identified under the Ontario Clean Infrastructure Fund. Maybe it's Community Infrastructure Fund. It's community, I don't know why I said clean. So the first one's tar and chip. We've got 700,000 identified. We did provide a map of gravel road at the last council. Unfortunately, I wasn't here, so I didn't know if there was feedback on that. But we will be soon undertaking our assessments of the roads and determining what roads are needed. I know I mentioned Amiens Road was one as a top candidate. And a few others in here that are listed in the project description. But I'll leave it at that and open up for questions.
Well, just what I have, explain the fund again to me, and is that money we have to apply for, is it sitting there, we just go, explain it to me.
So this is what's called program funding. So instead of applying for it, it's an annual payment that we get based on our asset management plan that's based on our needs. Can be used for any infrastructure. So whether it's roads, basically it's lateral infrastructure. So anything to do with roads, water, wastewater, those kinds of things. So it's a funding, I believe they announced it's around 2.6 or 2.3 that we get this year for 2024.
Any questions? Councilor Derbyshire, then Councilor Wilsey.
Does this have to go into chip and tar, or could we put it with asphalt and make maybe somebody a little happier? Just because I do understand, like I see the roads that are under construction, and I mean, or what we're thinking in Amiens Road needs something other than chip and tar. Like it is a very busy road. And the same with Christina and Ruffin. Like, don't get me wrong, Park House is kind of the same way it needs, but it probably needs to be widened and actually like put into that, where I was thinking if we maybe move to, say, Rougham between somewhere and somewhere and do an actual road where that new subdivision is, with sidewalks and.
That OSIP funding can certainly be moved pretty well anywhere in my department.
Okay, Councillor Hippel and Councillor Wilsey.
So agreeing with Councillor Derbyshire, Amiens, definitely, I would think it needs something much better than tar and chip. But I do ask though, because Amiens isn't just us, that is something that we share the cost with, right? Is that correct? With other municipalities?
So with Middlesex Center, we have a boundary agreement, so we're actually only responsible for I'll talk to the road specific, signs are different, but from the road, it's from Lamont Drive all the way north to Hickory is our is our portion, and then the south portion is Middlesex Center's. So the cost is fully borne by us in that section.
So then, oh, thank you. So then if we did that, would they also finish their area as well? Or would we just be doing one portion of that and then hope that they do theirs?
You would be doing our portion only and then hope that they did theirs. I will tell you that they did upgrade or reapply tar and chip to their south portion last year.
They did, yeah, okay.
Yeah, I did, but
Yeah.
I will just say this, their south portion doesn't get like,
Ours is the big.
you come off of Scotchmere and you can see the divots, like from Scotchmere to the end is absolutely crazy. That Scotchmere south isn't half as bad now. Please don't yell at me, people that live past that part, but.
You have something, Greg? Councillor Wilsey?
I was just gonna ask about the sole sourcing part and whether, I actually really don't, I'm not a fan of sole sourcing for almost anything. Anything I do, I always do multiple bids on it, so I just didn't know if the sole sourcing has to be done for Middlesex Center, or if we can, why it's done there, or if we could tender that out and compare that to their bid.
We can certainly put it out to tender. I will say that the cost from 2022 when we tendered it out compared to Middlesex Center's price and tender in 2023, Middlesex Center was substantially cheaper. It was about 25% less overall. We got more roads done. And I'll just be from our standpoint from staffing, they took care of all the ordering and everything, and their pricing was cheaper than what we could get chipped for.
So I just gotta ask Councillor Derbyshire, because I probably, are you asking to take the money out of the tar and chip and move it to asphalt, do more asphalting on Rougham, for example, or any other road? Since this is grant money, right?
Yes, it is grant money, and I do realize I'm going to kind of be more of obviously the chip and tar is kind of a Ward 2 project for the most part, right? So that's kind of where my thought was, if we could upgrade a road in Ward 2 with asphalt, and take a little bit out of the asphalt fund that maybe completes, something along, I am thinking Rougham where the new subdivision is from Falconbridge to Glendon, and to bring that up to the standard and.
No, I agree, because I look at some of these roads like, Lemoore and this down the road, Westgate, Lamontia, like, is it more important to get some of the, I call them, I don't like Ward 2, rural roads and convert them to asphalt and put money there and show an investment on the rural roads?
That's really up to council. If you want, the historical trend here has been to put tar and chip and get the gravel roads converted to a hard surface for the least expense, really. So certainly if the council wants to not do asphalt roads, I would suggest that we could kind of get into more detail on like asphalt and tar and chip further down once our budget's passed. And then just at this point, if you want to allocate funding differently, maybe.
Go ahead, Bo.
Maybe I'll just leave it at, for this year, let's do what we need to do, and we'll talk about that in the upcoming year as to whether we do something different, But maybe in this kind of thought process, if we have some roads that are ready, are gravel and are ready for chip and tar, like they got the tile that, I don't know if we have any more of that left. No, so we're at a repair. Okay, I'm just gonna leave it. I'm out.
Just another piece I'll add is within this budget, we are recommending a roads needs study, so that study will actually, it'll take all the data that we have, and then it'll also assess the road surface with all that data, and it will give us a recommendation which ones should be upgraded and which ones should remain.
Okay.
So the next one is the asphalt. Also OSIP funding. We did identify those roads and the municipal lot over here by the train tracks. The reason why the municipal lot over by the train tracks is identified here is because we are hopeful to undertake the downtown revitalization project. We're going to be taking out a lot of parking spaces through this project, so that would supplement where visitors and business owners can park. But again, we can get more into what that project unravels once we get past the budget.
Councillor Pelkman, then the deputy mayor.
Thank you. So looking at Lemoore, Westgate, and Lemania, I'm just curious that there are resident requests. So what are the issues on those streets? Like, I'm sure Westgate and Lemania have significant grading differences between I'll say the curb level and the housing, so I highly doubt that bonding and degradation of people's driveways are an issue. I have an issue with grinding down roads that I think there are much worse roads that need repair than these ones.
So I can speak to like the reasons why. So the PCI index, we did a government or a provincial grant called Street Scan, came through, and they basically took a snapshot of that day of what the roads conditions were, and the PCIs were all at a failing rate. The PCI is a pavement condition index, and then the years that they were done, Lemoore was done 50 years ago, Westgate Ave was 48 years ago, and Lemantia was 35, and typically an asphalt life cycle is about a 20-year span.
Deputy mayor.
From my recollection, I remember those roads being built, and not in that time frame, shorter time frames than that. I was working as a police officer here when Westgate and Lemantia were put in, and I came here as a police officer in 1986, so I would say about 1990 is the earliest those roads would have been put in.
Sorry, I have to go back on that. I'm reading from my paper here, and that was the water, sanitary, and storm ages, not the actual asphalt surface. But that would suggest that the roads were built then.
I'll just tell, I was here, lived here all my life, drove around in police cars, watching those roads go in. The time period you're talking about would be Drury Lane, Helen Drive. That's going back 50 years when I was on a bicycle. But that's my recollection of it all as being a lifelong resident. So my only other comment would be the comment about the parking lot at Albert and Metcalf Street West, municipal parking lot on the southwest corner of Albert and Metcalf Street West, right up here by the train station, right? So I can't say, I'm not in favor of that. I know we are looking at a redesign of Front and Frank. I'm not too sure that we're going to lose parking spots. I don't know that council has made that decision yet. Certainly hearing lots and lots from the public on that. So at this point in time, I'm not in favor of taking and doing much with that at all until we think we're putting one foot too far in front of the other, making that decision. I'm familiar with Westgate, Lemantia, as I said, and Lemoore Crescent. I think there's other roads that would be needed before that, probably some down in Mount Bridges. Keeping the money there is fine, but the distribution of the money is kind of my concern.
Comments? Oh, sorry, Councillor Pammer.
Yeah, you can correct me if I'm wrong, Jake, but I think what Jake's talking about is when we actually do the construction next year, we're gonna lose a lot of parking. So while Front is being ripped up, or Frank is being ripped up, we're gonna have to find other places for people to park. And so I think that, my understanding is that is why we want to make that parking lot better and more attractive and accessible, because we're gonna need a place for people to park when those roads are closed down. So, is that correct, Jake?
That is correct, yes.
So, go ahead, Greg, now I was gonna make a motion.
My only comment about doing a parking lot, because we're gonna have a construction that's gonna last for 8 months, like, it's never a good idea to spend capital dollars that can be spent once on something that's only gonna be used for 8 months or a year, and then not be used again. I think we can better put that money towards something else, whether that's repaving a street that we put sewers in and Mount Bridges. We have to do, I don't know, miles and miles of that coming up soon. Those-
So I'm just gonna make a motion or a thought, if we can, that we approve both the tar and chip and the asphalt repaving. We approve the amounts, but I would like to see if there's a road in the rural areas that is a candidate to be asphalted. So what I'd like to do is make a motion that we approve both of those amounts, but ask Director Strauss to come back in the future with a candidate in the rural area to have asphalt, whether it's Ruffin or part, whatever road, right? I think if we've got some money, we should invest in the rural area. So that's my motion. Second it. Any questions? Okay, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Thank you. Sorry, Donna, I apologize. Did you have a question or comment?
Okay, well, it was a comment that I don't object to looking at, splitting the money a little bit so that there's something done, but we can't just ignore the streets in Strathroy that are falling apart because Mount Bridges needs some too. So I would like to see, perhaps something a little more balanced, but we just can't keep continuing not to pave the roads in Strathroy, the town of. They need done too, so it has to be more balanced.
Yeah, no, and all I'm asking is Director Strauss get creative and come back with something that says, if we can, do something. Okay. Director Strauss, next is sidewalks.
You wanna comment on that one?
No,
What's that?
just let it go. Oh.
Director Strauss.
Okay, so sidewalks, again, this is OSIP funding. Annual project that we do, but we've consistently been increasing. So this is looking at anything that is in dire need of replacement. There will be a lot of areas that we are going to be doing spot repairs, and then we have identified some areas through the last discussion that we've put on as candidates. One is Adelaide Road. It's between Newman Drive and Bennett Crescent, so this is in Mount Bridges. Currently the sidewalk just stops and then doesn't connect through. The next one was Dell Drive. It was a resident request that went to the traffic committee and then was presented back to council, and it seemed like there was appetite. And then again, it's just various repairs for right now, but this list can certainly change and it's certainly up to council.
Okay. Councillor Hippel and Councillor Wilsey.
So just, so spot repairs, cracks, trip hazards, et cetera, et cetera. So we can fix, that's everywhere. That's throughout the whole entire municipality, let's be honest. And obviously I see some more than others, but we can spot repair until the cows come home. But at some point, I don't want to keep spending, yes, right now that's fine, but at some point we have to actually fix these sidewalks. Because we're gonna have to keep doing it. We're just gonna keep redoing it, and people are going to have issues, year after year after year. So monetarily, at some point, we need to bite the bullet and actually, keep moving on and doing sidewalks throughout the whole municipality.
Yeah, Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Derbyshire. His hand was up there. Yeah.
I know we've spoken about, I think it was brought up before, but I wanted to bring up Veterans Drive and Thompson Drive and Mount Bridges, just because for the new crosswalk we just put in across London.
Yeah.
Once you get on that crosswalk, and as soon as you step off London,
You're on the highway.
there's no sidewalks. They're going on a crosswalk to a sidewalk, then back on the road to get to school. So we put in a crosswalk to direct traffic, and there's no sidewalks because the school has closed off the gates in the yard. So they have to walk all the way over to Bowen Street on the road, which is very busy going back and forth. So I think either Veterans Drive, which is actually probably more traveled than Thompson. I think Veterans Drive would probably be the one to put the sidewalk on.
Okay. Councillor Richard, then Deputy Mayor.
Counselor Wilsey beat me to it. I was just
I had a lot of reminders
Will
on
you
over the
bring up
weekend.
Melbourne for me?
Yeah, Melbourne could use some sidewalks everywhere too. And I mean, everywhere. But the Veterans Drive, I think that really is one where there is a lot of kids that go through that, and I didn't even actually realize it was a road, to be honest with you. I thought it was just a throughway that the Legion kind of provided. But there is a lot of kids that do walk through there through school, and they are right now walking on the, I guess, roadway for lack of.
They are, yeah, absolutely are.
Did you mind if I interject first? I just want to ask a question, Deputy.
Yeah, Mayor.
Okay, so we're taking, this is coming to the OCIF fund, correct? So have we now, with the rolling total, allocated all the dollars we could get from that fund, or is there some that we haven't used?
We took the it's just under 2.3 million, and we displaced every dollar of that.
Every dollar is gone.
That's certainly gonna come into play before taxation.
Pardon me?
We would make that come into play before
Okay,
taxation.
no, I just wondered if there was any dollars left, Deputy Mayor?
So talking about the crosswalk at Glendon Drive over to the school, I'm thinking, should we have a conversation with the school board to see if we can come right off of that crosswalk and a culvert and right into the back end of their property? Because even having kids traveling up and down Glendon Drive without proper curbs is dangerous. If we can get them back into the schoolyard, so I'd like to see that discussion happen, and then we'd have to get that ODA compliant and all that, but
As far as I'm aware, I believe that there is a safety concern with having more gates in the fence, so that we cannot have any gate anywhere except the main entrance of the school. So that's at least my understanding. I'm not sure that's 100% correct. Maybe
That
it's-
is correct, yes, that is the
Are you
reason.
going to take over?
No, I was just gonna say, you got it right on and you just guessed
so that's a general statement that the school boards will make, is they want their.
for that area, yeah.
Just a point of clarification, so we did actually just recently put sidewalks from the crosswalk at Glendon, along Glendon
Yeah.
to Thompson. And Thompson all the way to Bowen.
Yes.
Yeah, I saw that.
Doesn't seem like you get a lot of sidewalks for $120,000. To be brutally honest.
Been in the wrong business.
It's
We
just,
need to wet her down a little more.
okay. But I will ask you, keep in mind, the sidewalks in Melbourne are not AODA compliant.
No, they're not even CODA compliant.
Next,
Just on the OSIF, just so council's clear, OSIF, this is our formula funding. So there is OSIF grant or project funding. So in the event that we want to push projects forward that would fall under their project, it's a competition, obviously, so there's projects coming out. So there's two prongs to the OSIF. This is just looking at the guaranteed money that we get every year.
so following up on that, it's good, I'm educating myself. We could say a project we want to do would be more sidewalks. If we wanted to apply for a grant for more sidewalks. And how do we make that happen, Director? Just, will the council make them?
Say we want to do more sidewalks and director starts going, applying for grant to do more sidewalks. I think this has been a tool in the past where council says, we'll do this project if you get grant, right? So if there's no grant, then the project doesn't move forward.
Right.
And so I think those are the kinds of things where we need to start, because we're now getting into a position as a municipality where we probably got more projects than we do money.
Right.
So we need to look at prioritizing those projects and saying, all right, these are the projects we want to look at, and then how can we then facilitate staff to go out and look for grants for this, but if we don't get a grant, then we're not moving forward, kind of.
So if we all know, if there's one thing that every citizen unites on, it's sidewalks and the need for sidewalks. So would it be reasonable to make a motion that we instruct staff to seek in $200,000 in grant money. I don't know if that's too much. And come back.
I would even just make the motion, I wouldn't make the motion, but I recommend a motion that staff go after sidewalk grants to sort of see, because I think one of the things that Councilor Derbyshire has rightly pointed out, a lot of the sidewalks aren't even AODA compliant. Well, that's a pretty tangible thing that we could go after and say, listen, let's look for grant funding to make our sidewalks AODA compliant. Those kinds of things. So I think.
I bet we could find enough sidewalks to fill any grant.
Pardon me?
I bet we could find enough sidewalks to fill any grant.
Yes. Well, I'm gonna make that motion then, based on what you said, Director Dakin, that we just direct staff, now make a motion that we direct staff to seek grants on sidewalks. Were you gonna second that, Deputy Mayor?
I'll second the director's motion, yes.
Yes, I will.
You're in trouble.
So, did you have anything, Kate? All in favor? Sidewalks. Okay.
First for everything, Bill.
I couldn't get a budget through, but I can get a motion through. That's good.
Baby steps, Bill, baby
That's
steps.
right. I like it.
Okay. Bridge and culvert repair.
Okay, so this next one, this bridge it's on Glen Oak, it's the very north segment. It's at an S bend in the road. This bridge has a failing BCI rating, a bridge condition index. When it's very low and it's in the failing zone. So our purpose with this project is first to replace the bridge, but we're also looking to correct the S bend in the road and make it more straighter roadway. So there may be some property purchasing involved, but really the main part is to get this bridge replaced is the main thing. And then there is the one on Christina. It's just to add some more riprap and a little minor surface treatment to that culvert.
Any questions? Councilor Derbyshire.
So I had actually quite a few calls and probably emails too, but I didn't respond to them. I respond to the calls because that's easier. About this, and lots of people that actually informed me that this is their way to the transfer station. So, because there's no other road without going on the highway, so when they take their pile of brush, they actually do use this, and they would actually like to see it fixed. Because at first I kind of thought, it's a bit of a road that maybe not many people use, so I was surprised at the amount of people that did voice their concern with that. You know, they also said if you opened up where the transfer and brush used to be, that would be better for them too, if you would put that back. As a side note, but anyways, they filled me in on that too. So that's my 2 cents worth there. I think this is something that maybe is worth kind of looking into and possibly, maybe this becomes the chip and tar road too.
Yeah. Councilor Wilsey.
Is the amount for this is the replacement, like, you're not gonna come back and say I just wanna make sure that this isn't just the assessment, this is the replacement and everything for these bridges?
This is the replacement for the entire structure, yes.
Okay. Yeah, then the deputy.
No, go ahead.
I just want to, you had mentioned that if this did not occur, essentially this road would be limited to smaller type vehicles, period, right? So this is a serious safety issue.
It really is, yes. I wouldn't recommend against it.
It stays.
Okay, good.
Just so we're clear, when you say it's a structure replacement, that is straightening the curve too, or just replacing the bridge? Just so we're aware of what the project.
So the realignment of the bridge isn't gonna cost very much money. This is to replace the bridge and also include that straightening of the roadway.
Okay. So, go ahead, jump right in there.
Do we make a motion on this? Like,
No.
no, we're not motioning any of these
No.
things?
Motion to kick it out.
Just motion.
We only motion to get rid of them.
Negative
billing.
All right.
It's in so far.
Okay, so the next one is a little bit of a different project. It is a bridge rehab that already actually occurred. Middlesex Center and Strathroy-Caradoc share this jointly, so it's our Cooks Road there, Westminster. They undertook the work last year with the hopes that we'd be good neighbors. So this project has been completed, so if this is approved, we basically get the invoice and we say thank you, or they say thank you.
Well, they did the work. Councillor Pelican.
Sorry, can I just go back one issue?
Yep.
Out of that $450,000, how much is for the bridge repair and how much is for the straightening of the curve? Because the curve to me isn't really all that dangerous, and it might lead to speeding down the road as people go faster.
The curve is deadly. Oh, it's,
I
yeah,
drive it too.
Yeah, it's kind of.
it is, it's,
It'd be a shame to put the culvert in.
I'll trust you.
Not straight in, yeah.
So I can answer that question for the most part. The actual repairs to the Christina Road one is about 17,000 is what the engineer identified, and then the remaining funds would be for the Glen Oak Bridge.
Okay.
Okay, so was there any questions on
No.
the following one, the bridge repair to B314?
Gotta pay our bills.
Okay. Okay, so moving on.
A quick question,
Yeah,
it's more
go
of a
Greg.
comment. I'm looking at the bridge in the picture. Oops, sorry. I'm looking at the bridge in the picture. That looks like a much more advanced bridge than what we're getting for 450,000. And if this is our half, that's only like 375 to repair a much longer, more advanced bridge. So can I understand a little bit about how this one costs 375, but our gravel over a culvert's costing 450?
That is not the actual photo. Those photos were kind of selected at random.
we're gonna have to make a request that you go out and take actual photos.
We're fixing?
It is, do you know where it is, Greg?
Yeah, it's on Cook's Road. I haven't been down there since I kayaked under that a while ago.
Yep.
That was before this was
Okay.
done.
Go ahead, Councillor, we're gonna keep this, cause,
Keep moving.
Okay.
yeah.
Okay,
Point taken.
I'll go to railway crossing maintenance. So this was simply funds that we've brought forward each year. Last year there was no maintenance done, so we do still have $60,000 from the previous year. However, the reason why staff have kept this money in here is because sometimes CN or CP for that matter comes forward and says, we have you identified, we will do this. If we don't have the funding, they're coming in and they're just repairing as much as a paver width, so it's about, I don't know, 10 or 12 feet, where we have a 30 meter right, or they have a 30 meter right of way, so we're really paying that extra asphalt portion to get out of their right of way, so when we have a reconstruction project, we don't have to go back to CN or CP for their flagging and follow all of their guidelines. So we're basically just getting out of there while we can. So this project really wouldn't go to tender. It's just we're paying the price in asphalt and the cost of their crews, because they have specific crews that they have approved for their paving.
Can we like prod them to do some projects? Cause Christina is, wow.
Christina is actually, for both CN and CP, is on the radar for this year.
Yeah, we're gonna owe somebody axles here shortly.
Including the mayor.
Get a traffic calming.
Yep.
Traffic calm.
So, the next one is the street lighting program. So this is really to wrap up the pole transformers. They're made out of concrete bases and they are deemed a safety hazard. So really it's to replace them with a proper street light and then have a smaller transformer put by the wayside that they're not one and the same anymore. So this is work that's undertaken by Integris, who's our electrical authority.
Councillor Derbyshire.
What do they do with the old ones? Sorry, what do they do with the old ones?
They're disposed of. They're not repurposed just because they have the big concrete base and then the arms on them aren't structurally sound anymore.
I was just thinking about our country corners and maybe, you know, if we're already paying for lights and they're throwing lights away, we'll start setting some up. Just a thought.
I will certainly pass anything that we can refurbish, or not refurbish, recycle, we will certainly do so.
Councillor Wilsey.
On the streetlight side, once we're done this year's program, I had quite a few comments over the weekend at my open house about bridges just on Wellington and Gore and most of the older subdivisions, how there's big gaps between our streetlights. My answer that I gave then, which I'm hoping was accurate, is that we're planning on doing street upgrades and sewers within the next few years, and the streetlights would be then. Is that accurate, or are streetlights separate from the street upgrades, and maybe we can do them sooner, because there are a lot of areas with big gaps between streetlights?
Your answer was accurate. I don't know about the timing, is all up to the council, but certainly when we go to redo a street, we look at the streetlights, and if they are warranted for upgrades, there are standards that we have to follow.
I got one more for you.
Yep. Go ahead.
Just a question. I know they're called street lights because they shine over the street, but I do get lots of questions as to why they don't shine over the sidewalk, which is for the most part dark, because the new LED lights only go over like a certain section. They don't really shine out like the other ones. So I did have people ask why we don't either go two off of the same pole, one over top of the sidewalk and one. And I know sometimes the light poles aren't on the same side, but their question more was, why are we not illuminating the walk path as opposed to all automobiles now have lights, not like horse and buggy?
And that's a good point. The actual the light span is actually supposed to catch the sidewalk, which I understand sometimes it doesn't. I have been in part of the projects in past where you've put the street light behind the sidewalk, and then it actually shines into the residential housing windows, and then we have to put fancy covers over the street lights.
I just have one. I'm going to talk about an issue that some may or may not know. That's the streetlights downtown. And I don't know if anybody's aware. There's an issue with the lights downtown. Some are burning out. They're very dim. I've asked Director Strauss about it. The problem with the sourcing of the light bulbs, correct? And it may require, so we're anticipating to do Front Street next year, but in the meantime, we have an issue with, I could call it a safety issue downtown. Any idea of a cost with an interim solution? Because I think if it did come to a head, we may have to do something, correct? So, an opportunity for us to bring in front of council.
Yes.
Jake, the problem that you and I know about.
Yeah, so I did reach out to our electrical streetlight contractor that we currently have retained, and they did give me pricing. It is about $5,000 per pole. So they would be looking to just cut the tops off and replenish the tops. The more poles you look at redoing, the cheaper the cost, because then they can buy it in bulk and have one contractor or that same contractor replace them all. We did just have a vehicle strike one of the poles at the intersection of Front and Thomas, I think a year ago. And the cost to replace that pole alone with the full thing was $12,000. So just to give some context, I think there's about 20 street lights kind of in that Front Frank area that would need replacing. So you're looking at close to 100,000.
Okay. And once we and I'll go to you, but once we're done, they're done. Like once we redo the street, they're waste, right? Okay. Councillor Hippel and then Councillor Wilsey.
Thank you. If the street lights are burnt out and there's an actual issue with the light itself, does that not go back on Integris though? Like that's on us? Because why?
So the municipality is the owner of the streetlights. They're just the power supplier. So historically, Integris would kind of just be a one-stop shop. They would come in and replace it and everything, but we would still pay the invoice. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Wilsey?
Are there any more grants for streetlights? I know, I haven't heard about any for like the last couple of years, but I know there used to be a lot where entire commercial buildings and industrial buildings were being incentivized by the government to pay like 60, 70, 80% of the cost to change from incandescent or halogen to LED. Are those still around or are those gone?
I believe they are still around. I can certainly have a look. We did convert mostly all, if not all of our streetlights to LED. And that's why the streetlight cost to replace those ones downtown are so expensive. Because I can't just change the bulb, it has to be the entire head.
I don't know very, but my comment is, and it is a safety issue. I mean, we're anticipating doing something next year that may not happen. I don't like to, but rather than replace all 20, could we replace 10 every other one? Or it just, to me, to have her downtown at night, it is very dim. I don't know the last time somebody, or Councillor Pammer, but I just want something with Councillor Pammer, you had a question?
Actually, Director Lilbourne.
Or Director Lilbourne, I apologize, I don't have him on here.
Forgot about it.
Yep.
Your worship and members of council, if council chose to replace the light heads on top of the existing poles, and they get replaced in the next 2 years when we redo the streets, those lights and poles could be saved and installed in parks at a future time to start to illuminate the pathways that we're installing throughout the community. So whether it's in the community of Mount Bridges or the community of Strathroy, there is an ability to reuse those poles and light heads if council chooses to go that direction. I just thought I'd let you know that.
Thank you, Director.
Stealing my idea.
So I'm gonna make the motion because I know it's an issue downtown and it's a safety issue, so I'm gonna ask for the street lighting program. We had $50,000 to replace the heads. I know we're supposed to be cut, but I know it's an issue and it's gonna come up at some point in time. Anyway, seconded, Director, Deputy Mayor? Any questions?
Sorry, Chair, to clarify the location, that was Front Street.
On Front Street,
Okay, thank you.
yeah. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. I brought the motion based on the fact we could repurpose them. Thank you.
Can we give them the old poles from Gerber?
Director?
Sorry. The next one is the roads needs study. So that's the study that will undertake the full condition assessment of our asphalt and tar and chip surfaces, and then give recommendations on which roads should be upgraded. And they have a variety of stats and everything that they'll collect and reasons why these roads should be selected. So there'll be like a 1 to 5 year fix, there'll be a 5 to 10, and a 10 to 20 year fix that will be brought forward.
I got a quick, it says all municipalities, I can include Campbellvale and Delaware West and Melbourne and all those. Okay, thank you. Councillor Wilsey. Oh, Councillor.
Wendy, Donna
Councillor
first.
Pammer, yep. You're up, Donna.
Yeah, so, I really like it. Yeah. I think this is a great idea. I'm just curious, as to how quickly this could be done, because it might save a lot of the, conversation that we're having, like, for example, about do we do Westgate, don't we do Westgate? And, you know, to me, this makes it more fair, so that it's just not the people who yell aloud us, it's actually, you know, the streets that need done, you know, most urgently. We have some sort of, you know, logical order to all of this. So if this could be done quickly, then I would suggest that we don't go ahead with any of those paving projects, chip and tar or other, until we get the report. But I guess that would depend on, you know, how quick this could be done.
I believe that if this was included in the capital budget, that we could have this study completed before we move forward with any asphalt or tar and chip. We were aiming in the fall timeline anyways for the tar and chip, and then the asphalt as well. So I believe that this study could be completed before.
Councillor Wilsey, then.
I was actually going the complete opposite way. We already have one that our director was talking about that was done 2 years ago, and it's recommended to be done, or actually 3 years ago, as is 2021 right here in the report. It says to be recommended every 2 years. So my thought was that we defer it until 2026 and use this $50,000 for your streetlights that we just passed. And then that would balance it out, because we already have the one from 2021 that we're already referencing to pick the streets, so.
Okay. Director Strauss.
Sorry, I just want to clarify. So what we had in 2021 was a PCI calculation. Basically, it was a very neat vehicle that drove and took a snapshot in that time period only. It was just a grant that we received that we linked up with the Middlesex County and all the lower tiers in Middlesex County. It did not provide us any recommendations. It simply gave us a pavement condition index. So it didn't give us a plan of any sort, and that's really not a requirement of anything. We just picked up on the provincial grant funding.
So for clarity, this isn't just looking at, because any equipment is just gonna look at it when it's looking at it. It's not gonna look at it any other time. But this is actually gonna do that and then give us a recommendation for which roads, so we don't have to look at take a look at the traffic study.
That's correct. It'll look into future. It will also be providing this consultant, so this will be an actual consultant, not a vehicle driving through. It may be a vehicle driving through if, depending on who's selected, they'll take the snapshot in time, but they're gonna put together all the details that the staff provide with future developments, everything like that. So there'll be a detailed plan rather than just basically a snapshot in time, and that's your data for that period.
Okay, you had something, Bo?
Yeah, I did. Mine was kind of gonna be more along Greg's line where I thought we'd already kind of done one, so I was actually gonna put my kind of faith and trust in you, Director, as to what you were sending down the line, and that we should defer this until whatever the 5-year was. I do understand, you know, that we do have to have some sort of thing, but I know if they're gonna tell us, like, here's the projects moving forward, and here's how the roads are gonna look, and, you know, I do think you can see that. That's my opinion. I'm just saying, you know, I think as the director, I think you've got a pretty good idea where that's kind of headed, where we should be going, you know. We might not always agree with what road you pick, but I do think you do look and have a look and say, you know, need what we need. So I would be more on line with kind of where Greg was headed, that maybe this might be better off covering the project downtown, just from a budget standpoint right now.
Yeah. Councillor Palmer has her hand up.
Yeah, but just as a case in point, tonight Jake, you know, came up with some recommendations which you all argued about. So that Westgate doesn't need done, or it's not a priority, and he put it on the list as a priority. So I think that just speaks to the fact that we do need that third-party objective assessment, and it would save a lot of this going back and forth. And we can say to the public, look this is the priority list done by the consultants based on this criteria. I assume we can make it a public document, and it would just make things a lot more fair going forward. And I don't think that to have that sense of continuity, $50,000 is a lot of money, in my opinion.
Okay, one more, and Councillor Wilsey.
Without even going over this too much, how much of this is duplicating what was already done in the transportation master plan that was just finished in like the last year or so?
So the transportation master plan does not look at the actual asphalt road surfaces and what state they're in or anything of that nature. It just looks at actually moving people through the town, what makes most sense to upgrade. So I know that, for instance, there was overpasses as part of that. This would not look at overpasses or any future road networks, or trying to think of or policy recommendations or anything of that. So there's really not much overlap at all. Really, this is looking at our existing road network, and then if there's future development happening somewhere, how much is that existing road network going to be affected?
Okay. Councillor Hippel, then.
I think I understand where Councillor Palmer is going with this, and it does make sense, and it doesn't, in the long run, it seems like it'll be that document that we have. I trust the director as well, but at the same time, I think it would be nice to have that there for everyone to see, everyone to look at. And I mean, I'm sure there's things that we can say, whoa, you know, there's things that will pop up, but at the same time, it would be nice to have that, I think.
Yeah, that's right, okay, we'll move from this one. Director?
The next one is the Strathroy Crossings drain installation, so this is all development charge funded. So this is in tangent with that Saxton Road reconstruction, so part of the drain is actually under Saxton Road, servicing one existing development and correcting all the flows out of South Grove developments, and then there also is a proposed development in the future at the southeast corner of the Saxton Road in Carroll Street. This also goes through Strathroy Crossings entirely and provides any lot that is currently not developed an outlet. And if any existing lots wanted the outlet, or whether they didn't, we could provide that to them, and then it goes under Adelaide Road, heading towards the Trout Creek West Tributary drain, and also services more future developments through there as their storm outlet.
Any questions, concerns? Okay, I think down to the last one, Director.
All right, so the next one is the stormwater management facility clean out. So this is to clean, we have not been doing pond maintenance, but I will tell council that last year we did have 100,000 identified for a pond, and we have not proceeded with that just with the timing of the budgetary year passing. We still do have 100,000, so if the council wanted to remove some taxation, this one could be a candidate, and we could just do the one pond this year.
So just gonna leave me to question, oh, you tweeted me, that's gonna do with surplus and reserve. So we had 100,000 last year, we didn't spend it, and that went into a reserve, correct, Director? So just trying to think, so we're gonna go back and we would possibly be asking for another 100,000 when we, you know where I'm going.
It could go into reserve, or it could be used as deferred revenue for this project.
That's right, so if we have money sitting somewhere that needs to be done, we don't have to re-tax again, correct?
Or the other option is you complete last year's project and you complete this year's project. One would be using taxation from last year, and the other would be using this one. Again, it's up to council.
Okay, Councillor Pellerin.
So at the risk of upsetting my own neighborhood, I don't think I've ever once seen any water in either one of those two ponds. So I'm just curious, has there been issues with the water, with the effectiveness of those ponds and their capacity to hold water?
Yes, there has been. So it actually services quite a large area, so there has been backup on the roads. And the actual inlet to the pond was fully buried.
And so, just so I know, we're looking at thinking of the same ponds. There are two of them, right? One by the stop sign and one by the open section.
Not far view.
Yeah.
Yeah. Without looking at the maps, I believe you're correct.
So one has pine trees in front of it. You can't really see it.
That's correct, yes.
And it's
Yeah.
not the one that's being cleaned out?
Actually, with this funding, we can likely get both of those ponds.
So, dig new ones.
Anything else, Deputy Mayor?
I mean, these stormwater management ponds we hear about all the time when we're doing development work and the engineering that goes into them. So I think it's critical that we keep them up to date, because it was critical that they were put in at the time of the development. But what I do notice over the last number of years, probably 20, 25 years, is what once was fenced off to keep everybody away from it because it was a danger, is now being used as walking paths, and they're being worked into neighborhoods. And I mean, you can look around other communities and even down in Mount Bridges where they're using stormwater management ponds much differently than we did 25 years ago. So I would just ask that that be kept in mind. Maybe there's some that where the fencing has fallen down and we can start to do something in these areas. I'm thinking after about the one up in Riverview Drive near Pine Tree, probably.
Near the mayor's house.
Pardon me?
Near my house.
Near the mayor's house, yes. Quite an overgrown mess. And so I think there's some stuff, not big dollar stuff, but just making them part of the community where people have places to walk dogs and have the access to the water and remain safe.
Yeah, to me, something has to be done, right? It's part of the whole stormwater management, and groundwater management. We ask for them, so I have a hard time saying don't do it. It's part of the infrastructure. Councilor Derbyshire.
I guess my question is, like, are we just taking 100,000 and you're gonna say, I wanna see how many I can get done for that? Or is this kinda like it's 50,000 each? I mean, I, not that I'm a expert on ponds or anything, but it seems like an awful lot of money for just 2 pond cleanouts. I could be wrong.
Just, so through our stormwater feasibility study that we're currently undertaking, that will be brought forward, I believe at maybe the next meeting. That study identified the cost per pond. Obviously not every pond's the same size and shape. Some are very large and will be over. So we really are looking for what we can get done for that 100,000. So for this instance, I do believe we can get both those ponds in Parkview. If there is leftover funds, then after we tender the work, staff will bring that back to council and to see what we can do with the funding, or maybe it just goes back into reserves.
Any other questions, comments? I think we got through all of your capital. Thank you. Any other comments on Director Strath? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no, not actually on his.
Yep, go ahead, Greg.
I was going to ask this while we're on a roll, could we go through the other document that's there for community services? I know I don't mind if we go a little bit later than 7:30.
Sure, I don't mind. I can go to 8.
Go through, we got
Okay, yeah, I'm good for it. Let's do it.
Already here.
Yep. Director Lilborn's there. Are you still there, Director Lilborn? He's there, okay.
Yes,
All right. I'm good with
I
that.
have a sneaking suspicion that mine will have a lot more red pen than Jake's did.
Don't be so hard on yourself. Okay, we'll get the file. We'll start.
All right, so if you can get into the community services capital budget sheets, I will start with, it starts with, I believe it's Gemini. The first project is the.
Just give us a sec to grab the.
AV enhancement
Yep.
for senior programming.
Director, just give us a minute to catch up to you there.
Okay, no worries.
We'll give you make sure I've got all my paperwork.
Yeah, I just missed it, because.
If you go to e-scribe, it's just.
Yes, capital.
Yep.
Yeah, good call.
Push me out.
Okay, Director.
I think so. Looks like it belongs there.
Is everybody where they need to be now?
Yep.
So, the first project sheet for the Gemini, I think it'll be page number 1. It's the AV enhancement for seniors programming, $25,000 to improve the audio visual within the West Cats group.
Any questions?
Project,
Yeah, you know what, I'm gonna just say something, go ahead.
No, Donna.
Donna, yeah, go ahead, Donna, but I just wanna say, if the lag continues, I mean, this is important. If the lag continues and we can't really hear Director Lilborn properly, and we owe it to both you, Director, and the council, so there's a little bit of a lag, and I wanna be fair, and if it continues, as much as we wanna go through with it, I think we really need to be fair to everybody, so you had a comment, Councilor Pamela, I believe your hand was up? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor.
Just a question, is this, there's already, just to confirm, there's already AV equipment in the room, this is just better equipment?
yes, that would be, there is, you can see in the picture, there's a television screen there. There is no sound system. So this would be improved sound system along with better AV, so audio visual, so projectors and that sort of stuff. So currently we don't have a projector in the room. People have to bring their own projector, but we'd also be looking at improving the sound system, which is the largest component of the project.
Any questions, comments? Deputy Mayor.
Thank you. In today's world, I just find $25,000 for this type of equipment exorbitant. I mean, you can buy a very large smart TV anywhere. People cast from their phones. I go to lots of meetings like this. There are some that still want to do projection, but when it's not available, they're casting off of a computer, a cell phone up to the TV. I'm sorry, the $25,000 for the project seems to be a lot for what potentially we're putting in.
Okay, any other comments? Councilor Pelton.
I know when I was on the senior center board, there was specific grants for senior programming, and I wonder if we could make this one of those conditional upon a grant. We apply for a grant to enhance the room for seniors programming, and then if we get it, great, we can move ahead. And if we don't, then
I like that.
Make motion.
Make a motion.
just before I make the motion, I just want to ask the director if he's familiar with the grants the senior center used to apply for, and if the municipality can actually apply for them.
To Councilor Pelton, absolutely, I'm familiar with those grants. The New Horizon grants that come out, there's a few every year that come out. A lot of them revolve around programming. Some of them revolve around capital improvements. So we can absolutely look for grants to execute this project when and if they become available.
All right, then I'll go ahead and make a motion that this project be subject to grant approval.
Okay, seconder, Councilor Derbyshire, all in favor?
I have a
Question? Yeah, sorry, Greg.
Is there a minimum grant level we need? Like, if he gets like $100 grant, are we going forward, or is there like a minimum 40, 60, some percentage of the total we're waiting for? We'd like to see?
It's a good question. I don't know the answer to that one.
Well, whatever they come up with, they get to spend to
Yeah,
put
whatever
the
they come
project
up with,
together.
then we'll approve it at that time, right? So if he's able to get 50%, then it'll come back to council and
It
we'll.
could be put through BTP at that point.
Yeah.
Let's do two.
Okay, any other, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
So the next item on your list is HVAC 2 life cycle replacement. On the previous spreadsheet that was sent out, you would have noticed that there was an HVAC 1 replacement. That project was actually completed under emergency repair a couple of years ago, and out of oversight, it was not removed from or updated in the building condition assessment. Upon some further investigation with regards to HVAC number 2, we felt that the estimated budget number at the time wasn't sufficient. So we've upped that number to $100,000. So between the two projects, there's a $30,000 savings. So we can do the $100,000 for HVAC 2. The concern being HVAC number 1 failed a couple years before its life cycle was completed. This unit is at its life cycle. Looking to advance that project.
Any questions? Go ahead, Greg. Then the deputy mayor.
Just
And then Councilor Pammer.
just wondering which facility this is at. It's not listed.
All of the projects that I'm currently talking about are at the Gemini Sportsplex.
Okay. We'll go to Councilor Pammer, the deputy mayor. Councilor Pammer? Good.
Yeah, if it were to go down, if we just waited a little while and it broke, how how long would it take to replace? And I just say that because, you know, my own house, you know, they told me my furnace was good for 15 years and it lasted 25. So sometimes I just wonder about these life cycle things. So what would be the implications if we did nothing and it broke down?
If we did nothing and it broke down, we're probably 4 to 6 weeks without an HVAC unit for one to get delivered and scheduled to be put in place. You're correct. They do say that you know, a life cycle on a unit like this is about 25 years. Could we get 30 years out of it? Absolutely. Am I going to ask a refrigeration technician? Am I going to get 30 years out of a 25-year life expectancy? They're not going to tell me that. They're going to tell me life expectancy is 25 years. There's situations where contractors have gone out and said, yeah, you can get more time out of it, and then there's been an incident and people have died out of that. So you're not going to get contractors telling us that it's going to live beyond its life expectancy. So there is a valid delay, but it's not, this is the one that does the lobby and the kitchen area of the Gemini. So it is a pretty important unit. If it was a smaller unit that just took care of a meeting space or such, I wouldn't be so concerned.
Any other comments? Okay. Director?
The next one is also at the Gemini. This is the ice reserve room floor replacement. You can see in the image that we've got about 1.5 inches difference from the top of the surface to the bottom of the rut that has been developed over the past 25 years. This is hard on the equipment itself with regards to U-joints and so on, so staff are looking to get this repaired. This is a bit time sensitive, and we have a very short window to do the work. So depending on when the budget gets approved, if the budget's not approved till mid-April, this project won't be completed until probably 2025. So if staff council wants to hold off on this or pre-approve this for the spring of 2025, that would be beneficial as well.
Okay, go Deputy Mayor, then Greg.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with that, and that's probably a good idea, but I'd like to, $100,000 worth of concrete work is a lot of concrete work, so I'd like something more definitive when it comes back to us. Because I suspect you're going to pour a slurry in there and like a self-leveling type concrete and use that as the flooring, as opposed to smashing all of this.
So sorry to the Deputy Mayor, this is actually a complete rip-out and re-pour. The slurry fill in these cracks would just laminate and separate from the current floor based on the wear and tear and the pressure that this turning radius would be creating. It wouldn't, pouring a slurry over top wouldn't be sufficient. So we're actually looking at removing and re-pouring a very large portion of that room floor.
Okay. Councilor Wilsey.
Have we looked into different epoxy coatings? There's all sorts of things with lower coefficient of friction and things that'll bind to concrete and things that'll strengthen themselves and actually be stronger than concrete, which we can just pour over top. And have we contacted any of the epoxy floor places that about doing that?
We have looked at different options with regards to this. The concern is we want something that's too hard, that is going to not wear, because that's also rough on the equipment and it starts wearing out the studs and rips the studs out. So we're trying to find a balance. This floor is 25 years old and has lasted quite well. We can do some further investigation to see what else is out there, but we have looked at it when we've spoken with other facilities that have been in similar situations with what we have. But we can look at further stuff. Considering we're going to be pushing off till 2025, if that's the case, we can do some more further investigation if council wishes.
So, I was gonna make a motion just based on your comments, Director, because I've jumped ahead and I've looked at a bunch of the, the projects, there's 25,000 here, 20,000 there. And knowing that we're gonna do next year's budget sooner, so you'll be able to get to budget for it, so. I know there's some sensitivity, but an inch run, I'm actually gonna make a motion that we pull this from this year's budget and revisit it when we do the 2025 budget, because there's a short window. So Councilor Wilsey, second, any questions? No, all in favor? Opposed, if any, carried.
So the next one that's on your sheet again is Gemini Sportsplex. It's the emergency lighting upgrade to LED. We are continually having difficulty finding replacement parts for older light fixtures. We have that issue. Received an email from a council or on the weekend about lighting at the Caradoc Community Center, and it's really finding placement parts getting harder and harder. They phased out incandescent light bulbs, and they're going to be phasing out fluorescent fixtures in the near future as well. So this is just looking at the future as well as trying to save some operational dollars with regards to energy and maintenance repairs.
Any questions? Okay, next one, Director.
The next one is the fluorescent light fixtures upgrade to LED at the Gemini Sportsplex. Again, this would be going through and starting to replace these fixtures that are now 25 years old with new LED technology.
Any comments, concerns? Go ahead, Councilor Derbyshire.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask again if like somebody had that, I know Hydro One at one point came around to all farms and barns and, they took all our old fixtures and they gave us LED fixtures for nothing. So I don't know if there's any kind of program like that, to upgrade these,
So there are no grants like that currently being offered through our electric supplier. We continually look for opportunities where we can apply for grants and apply grants to different projects, but we're not aware of any grants like that currently being offered.
Any other comments, Deputy Mayor?
So I see that in the picture here, it looks like we're looking in the main foyer part of the Gemini. I suspect there's similar lighting over in the West Cast room. Is there other lighting like this that needs to be replaced? I'm just looking at your $75,000 breakdown for costs. Once again, that's a lot of lighting.
So yes, it's a lot of lighting. So you've got all of the light fixtures in the West Cast room, the boardroom that's there, all of the storage rooms, the dressing rooms all have 6 to 8 light fixtures in them. You've got light fixtures in the refrigeration plants. You've got light fixtures up in the lobby or the concourse area, the seating areas. So there is a significant number of light fixtures. This is the number that when we went up for budgeting on this, we spoke with a couple different electric supply companies, and this is the number that's come back.
Okay.
I was just gonna make a motion to kick it out. I was gonna make a motion to remove it from the budget.
I will second that, and I want to explain why you want to do it, because they're still available, and then the verbiage in there as it becomes more, so I'll second the motion. Any other comments? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried.
Page 6, we're now moving into West Middlesex Memorial Center. Again, this is an existing air handling unit for dressing rooms 1, 2, 3, and 4. This unit currently is 76% efficient, and would be replaced with the new air handling unit with air conditioning capacity. And as our operation changes within West Middlesex, where we have a lot more summertime programming, air conditioning in those dressing rooms and hallway and such is becoming more and more important with regards to maintaining comfortable space, but also a safe space. And what I mean by that is the lack of air conditioning, airflow does allow for the opportunity for mold to grow within those spaces because it will be a moist, damp area that will now have kids coming in and out, and the potential for spills and stuff to be on walls not detected, which then promotes the growth of mold. So you need three things to grow mold. You need a food source, you need a moist, dark area, as well as temperature.
Any questions or comments? Councilor Wilsey.
We keep hearing from the director that we're have to look at the ice rink, and we don't know what we're gonna do with the West Middlesex Memorial Center over the next few years as the ice gets older and we need more work there and just different renovations and changes. So my question is, if we don't know what we're doing with this facility in the 5 to 10 year horizon, does it make sense to change out a piece of equipment that's already running for $100,000 or defer it until we have a plan for what we're doing? With that in mind, I'm going to make a motion to defer this until we have a plan long-term for the West Middlesex Memorial Center.
Someone to second the motion? Deputy Mayor, any questions? Councilor Hippel.
I would just have, I mean, it's a lot of money, so I get that. But my concern is we also run seniors programs out of there, and with the kids in and out, I mean, it's a safe, I don't know. I'm concerned because if we defer, what are we deferring it? Are we just deferring it for 1 year, like for 2025, or what's?
It's the dressing rooms.
It's just the dressing rooms, it's not anywhere else? But I mean, the kids are in those dressing rooms, right?
But we also told by the director we don't have a plan for what's gonna go on in 5 to 10 years of this facility.
But I mean, I guess my question is, but we are using this facility right now, so what we have right now, does it work?
Well, it says
guess
in
I'm asking.
2019 it was at 76%. Go ahead, Director.
So if I may, the unit does work. Again, if the unit breaks down, then we're without air exchange in those 4 dressing rooms. So you're without heat, you're without fresh air. So this is it's very much like the lobby of the Gemini. It's more of a crucial area versus making sure, because of the amount of usage that space gets. If council, I can appreciate the position that, we don't have a plan moving forward with the space. Absolutely. We can wait till it fails, but then we have other issues that may develop from that.
I said wait till we have a plan. My motion was wait until we have a plan and we know what we're doing with the facility, not wait until it fails. I just want to make sure I'm clear on that. I just said to defer until we have a plan.
Yeah.
So can
Okay,
I
one
ask
more,
another
yeah.
question? I get that, and that makes sense, but will we have a plan? I mean, we can't read mind, can't see the future, but I mean, will we have a plan before we know if this, if this fails next year and we don't have a plan next year?
We have to replace it.
I mean, we can just go in and we just replace it as an emergency replacement? I'm looking at council members saying, is this what we're doing? Because I don't know.
That would be my suggestion. I look at it when I'm reading it, and that it still has useful life, right? And everything could fail. There's always a chance that anything could fail, right, Councilor? And that's why I'm looking at it. It's just specifically the 4 dressing rooms. It's not the. Go ahead, Councilor.
So my question would be, it is just 4 dressing rooms. What's going on with 5 and 6? And where do the Rockets room tie in? Like, is there a way that we could actually, instead of replacing this, is there a way to replace something bigger that would then be able to accommodate everything going forward? So then you have AC everywhere else, would be my kind of thoughts. It seems like a lot of money for just 4 rooms. That's, I guess, what I'm looking at.
So dressing rooms 5, 6, and the Rockets room are all new. So they're when I say new, they were add-ons when we did the large renovation there. I want to say it was in 2010. So those rooms already have air conditioning in those spaces. So it's a newer unit.
Okay,
So,
go ahead.
Sorry, I guess that would be my question as to, can we just tee on and go down and plumb 1, 2, 3, and 4 into that same heat thing? I realize that might consist that maybe we need a far bigger unit up there, but at that point, we're only running 1 system as opposed to now we have 2. So that's my question as to whether we could do that. I understand at the time, we probably kept this system in place and put a new one on because we're adding new, but is there a way now to tee this system into the new, or the expansion?
If Councilor Dervish, to answer Councilor Dervishire's question, anything is always possible. You are correct, we would have to put a much larger unit on to accommodate those 4 additional dressing rooms. There would have to be ductwork, figured out how we would get the ductwork from the 5 and 6 over to dressing rooms 1, 2, 3, and 4. We may have to change the size of the ductwork. All of that would all have to be engineered, but we can have mechanical engineers look at that. Maybe that is an option moving forward in the future.
Okay, I think, let's move on, because we've got a big pile here.
We need to vote on this.
We need to vote, that's what I'm doing. I said, okay, got a second motion, all in favor of deferring this project? Opposed, if any? 2, carried. Noted there were some opposed.
The next item is again at West Middlesex. It's a building automation system replacement for $30,000. The current system has security vulnerabilities and is actually not even active. When we need it, we need to go into IT and have them hook it up, make changes, and then have them unhook it again. So to make sure that we're able to maintain the security of our network, we are looking for $30,000 to put a new building automation system in.
Any questions? Okay. All right, Director. Next one.
Dressing room exhaust fans 1 and 2, $4,500. Again, this was identified in the 2019 building condition assessment. It's well past its life expectancy. $4,500. We just replaced exhaust fan. I can't remember which ones they were in, but the $4,500 would be sufficient to do this work.
Okay, any questions? Next one, Director.
The replacement floor scrubber, I'll make this one easy. We can push this off to 2025 if council wishes.
Okay, we will bring that motion and we will duly vote on it. Thank you. There you go. Do you need an actual motion? Oh, we need an actual. Someone to bring a motion to defer the replacement floor scrubber. Deputy Mayor, second by Councilor Hippel. All in favor? Objection of any, carried.
Allowance for gym floor repairs. So this again is at West Middlesex. You can see in the picture, there's a large bubble there. To replace the floor is very significant. So staff is looking for $15,000 to do some interim maintenance, no different than we did a number of years ago.
Any questions? Okay, next one, Director.
Emergency lighting upgrade, again, similar to Gemini, harder and harder to find parts for these units. So staff are looking to replace all of the emergency lighting and exit signage with LED.
Deputy Mayor.
A motion to remove this from West Middlesex, and they keep the stuff that you take down from the Gemini, and that'll buy us a little bit of time until such time as we make a decision on this arena.
Okay, someone is second, bring seconder. Councilor Derbyshire, any questions or comments? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Pot light upgrade.
Yes, so there are a significant number of pot lights within West Middlesex. All of the 4-pin style fluorescent bulb with ballast. These two are becoming obsolete with LED technology and are actually getting harder to find, especially the ballast. There are times when you'll walk into the bathrooms on the lower level at West Middlesex and you're in darkness for about 2 minutes until the light warms up enough to actually illuminate the space. So staff are looking to replace all of those pot lights with new LED technology.
Any comments or concerns? Councillor Wilsey.
I'd make a similar motion to Councillor Peltman's earlier motion that we replace these as long as sufficient grant funding is available.
Someone to second?
Sure.
Yep. Any comments? Actually, I'm gonna oppose this one. I'll tell you, you want to hear a safety concern when somebody's in darkness for a couple of minutes? That causes me a little concern. That'd be my point. Councillor Peltman.
Just wondering if the director could give a response on, would it be possible just to do those ones that are currently a safety concern?
To answer Councillor Peltman's question, absolutely. Those ones that are safety concern are really in the lower washrooms, in the cold area by the rink. So yes, we can look at those that are in the cold area that take a long time to warm up, yes.
So just maybe wondering if that would be an amenable, I mean, it's slightly completely different than your motion, but removes a significant amount of money from the request.
I can either withdraw it and we put that one forward, or we amend it. I'm good with that one.
You willing to withdraw it?
Yeah, I'll withdraw
Are
it.
you okay? So I want to follow up to that. What amount of money are we looking at, Director? For just the
If council will permit just to say any work not to exceed $7,500.
okay. You and Director Dakin are making good motions tonight, so.
Right, so I'll make that a motion that we reduce this funding for this item to $7,500 to a maximum of $7,500 and to change out only the lights that are currently a safety concern.
Okay. So second by Councillor Hippel, all in favor? Opposed, being carried. Thank you.
So now on page 13, we're moved to property management. This is the hardscape yard maintenance for $50,000. This portion of the funds here will go to transplanting or replacing some of the existing plantings that have overgrown their location on Caradoc Street with lower growth plants, as well as allow us to hydrovac out some of the hardscaping areas where increased maintenance is required due to the amount of sediment that's settled in the stone gardens, which promotes weed growth. So the intent there is to pull out a bunch of pea stone, remove the organic, and then put back new pea stone, which will give us another decade of free maintenance, garden maintenance.
Comments? Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Peltman, my apologies. Yep.
With these gardens, especially the ones on Caradoc Street, even if we replace the plants with lower growth plants, I know I drive out of there whenever I leave the council meeting, and my car's lower. It's not an SUV, it's just a regular car. And even if there's no plants in here, I still can't see around them. It's still a safety hazard. Also going forward, looking at the operations budget, we have about $16,000 that's designated for plants. Plus, we have a full-time horticulturalist and three summer students. It's not just the $50,000. This is, it's getting close to $100,000 to look after these planters. So my suggestion or my motion that I would make, and I'll let it go around and have some discussion first in case there's some different opinions. But I would suggest we actually use this budget to remove the planters and change it with something that's ground level and doesn't block traffic. let snow removal go, everything there, just get rid of those planters. And just get rid of something that doesn't block sight lines or anything else. See if there's any other discussion.
Is that a motion?
Before I make,
Okay.
I'd like to make it a motion, but so we don't amend it a whole bunch of times, let's have some discussion first.
Well, did you want to go, Councillor Pelican?
Yeah, first a question, then a comment. I just wanted to make sure that I know the picture is the planters on Caradoc Street, but the removal of the pea gravel is not on Caradoc Street, correct?
That's correct. There is no pea gravel inside these planters. These planters actually currently are full of mulch and require, outside of trimming the plants back, not a whole lot of maintenance at this time because there's not a lot of weed growth in those beds.
And my comment is last year when we had the complaint about the one planter box that's closest to the old 7-Eleven, can't think of the name of that there were bushes there rather than low-level planters, and I was at the time in my Volkswagen Jetta, which is also a low-level car, and the planters themselves I don't see them as being a hazard, it's just what was in the planter that was a hazard. And to remove the planters would be an immense amount of money spent, where I think the issue is more the plants that are in them.
Councillor Derbyshire.
So I'm with Councillor Wellesley. I say get rid of them, put a bike path, add an extra lane. These things, we don't get a whole lot of calls from Ward 1, but I will say the people that have called have said, I backed into them coming out of the doctor's office, I can't see. I ran into a bell box going into the music shop because I was worried about turning into this. They're just not, this is a main through Strathroy, and we have pinched it down and bottlenecked it and put these things in. I mean, I realize a bike path won't open it up and give you another lane, but even if you did that until we can expand this, I think these things going is a good thing.
So I was gonna make a motion, because I think folks, and I understand the sentiment, I agree with it, I just don't know if the finance committee is the right place to have the discussion on removing the planters, because there's a lot of other things that would be, and I'm not disagreeing with the sentiment, Councillor, I'm actually on board with it. And I wonder if we just, for now, not defer this money, and then the conversation regarding the planter should be a larger discussion, because there's a lot of financial implications, including the cost of removing them. If there's a whole lot of cost, so to make that motion tonight, Councillor, to remove them, I think we're ahead of ourselves. Just my thought, but I would welcome the motion to not put the $50,000 until we had the larger study. Just my thought. I don't think we want to have the discussion tonight. Deputy Mayor.
I agree with you, Your Worship. My question is, the hydrovac of Peastone, where is the Peastone that you want to hydrovac? And if it's on Front and Frank, I'm not sure that I'm in favor of spending any money to do it there this year, since we're ripping it out next year.
Yeah. Okay, any other comments? Sorry.
So there is,
The Peastone? Where is
Yeah,
it?
sorry, Director?
so the Peastone, we have Peastone Gardens throughout the municipality. So I'll give you an example, a corner of Victoria and Caradoc Street, where there's that big island as you come down from the superstore. That's all Peastone. There's a significant area there that needs to be hydrovaced and cleaned up. There's the corner of Metcalf, Albert, and Frank Street, right? Just two as examples, but we have gardens throughout the municipality that need to be attended to.
And just a quick comment. We have a motion on the floor for myself. We need someone to second it. Deputy Mayor, so the motion was that the hardscape garden maintenance budget line be deferred pending the larger discussion regarding the planters on Caradoc Street. So, all in favor? Opposed? Any? Carried.
So the next item is the town hall lower level washrooms renovation for AODA compliance. We have drawings completed. These drawings have been provided to the County of Middlesex's Accessibility Advisory Committee, and they've had no questions or concerns with regards to them. So we have no washroom facilities currently AODA compliant in the building. These were chosen because they do service the public from an outside perspective when we have events along Front and Frank.
Any questions? Okay. Next one, Director.
Bridges Library building condition assessment. It's an older building. It should have a condition assessment conducted on it so we know the status of that property.
Okay. Any questions? Councilor Derbyshire.
When did it have the fire in it? Wasn't that not that long ago?
Oh, it would be a decade ago now, roughly, I believe, 9-10 years ago.
I don't think so.
The fire.
It was fairly, like, just a few years ago.
Yeah, I wasn't on the force.
Yeah.
So,
Any comments? Deputy Mayor.
I get concerned, we keep, $25,000 for a building condition assessment, which is gonna tell us the HVAC system is at its end of life. Why don't we just replace stuff when it comes up? We seem to be doing an awful lot of consulting and studies, and then ultimately, around this table, we're deciding to do other things because the reality is, we actually know what's going on in the municipality because we all live here, and the staff work here all the time. So I get concerned with these $25,000 building assessment studies constantly. Our staff work in here, they know what's going on.
I'll go to Councilor Hippel, but I have to echo the words of the Deputy Mayor. Councilor Hippel.
So my worry for putting this through would be, we're looking at a lot of things in Mount Bridges right now. And when I say a lot of things, like, when we discuss things like the arena or complex or what have you, one of the things that has come up a couple of different times is, if we're going to do something bigger, wouldn't you encompass, the library and that, or wouldn't you encompass this and that? And so I would hesitate to spend this money on, now, yeah, if something's falling apart and we need to replace things, and absolutely, safety of everyone is key. We all know that. I mean, it is well used, the kids are in there. I guess I would love to find out from the staff, if everything is working well. Like, I guess I don't want to spend the money on this right now. It just doesn't seem like the right time.
I'll motion to remove this.
Would you like me to comment?
No, just wait till we get the motion in. Second of the motion, Councilor Wilsey. Yeah, Director.
I appreciate the comments that the members have made. I appreciate the Deputy Mayor has the confidence that staff know about our facilities, and we truly do know about our facilities. So staff have no concern with this one being moved either.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we have a second motion to remove this item. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried.
can I just ask a sidebar on this?
Sure, go for it, go for it.
On this whole thing, just when we talk about staff. We have building inspectors, which I don't know if they even qualify to do some of this stuff. Whether our fire inspection qualify to do any of this stuff, like, what qualifications does this outside source have that we are lacking here as a municipality? That we could possibly utilize maybe for our own or for outsourcing advantage when we look at job creation and kind of obtaining assets that we can possibly use for, not to say to rent out, but when we're looking at positions for hiring, something that, like if we're doing 5 or 6 of these studies every year at $25,000 a pop. That is a position that we could hire and possibly rent out to other municipalities if we don't have these qualifications within our workforce as it is now. That was just a comment. I
agree with that, actually. I agree with that. Next one, Director. Yep.
Would you like me to comment about that, or do you want me to move on?
No, let's move, that's a separate discussion. I'm trying to keep us, on the
Okay,
straight and
we
narrow
can
here,
move
but
on.
I,
This is phase 2 of the wayfinding strategy. Just again, it's moving on to the next phase. $300,000 was deferred in 2023. So we're bringing it back again in 2024.
Deputy Mayor.
Motion to remove it.
A seconder, Councilor Derbyshire. Well, I'm gonna ask a question and I'm waiting to see Councilor Bammers. Is this the wayfinding, did this include the signage, the Strathroy signage coming into town? Or is that a separate line?
So, to answer your question, your worship, it includes all wayfinding signage, so including the gateway signage into the community. So this would be new gateway signage into Strathroy, new gateway signage into Melbourne, new gateway signage into Mount Bridges, and so on.
So I will just say this, Deputy Mayor, that I will agree to remove the wayfinding everywhere else other than the Strathroy signs that they speak of our community. They're in a terrible state of disrepair, and there has to be some economic development. So could I ask a friendly, and I can ask the question again of the director, do you have an idea what it would cost to replace the Strathroy town signs?
Specifically, those signs, no. I would say that you're looking at a significant number of signs. For example, Strathroy has 5 entrance points. Mount Bridges has 4 entrance points.
Yeah, I just want the Strathroy, yeah, Director, just the Strathroy signs.
Just Strathroy.
Yeah,
I would say that $300,000.
I can't.
yeah, can't
I
last.
don't want to speak out of turn. I can get that information and come back.
So, can I, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, if we remove this in its entirety, because I'm not looking for that type of sign at the entrances to our communities.
No, I'm not either.
So, and then bring that back in as a separate. So pull this out and then do that as a separate, I'd be all in favor of that.
Okay, so can I make a friendly amendment that we remove this and we ask the director to come back with a report on the town limit signs on Strathroy?
Yeah, if you want to do that as a part 2 to this, that's fine.
I do think that's important, Deputy, I mean, for the.
No,
Go ahead, Councilor Walker.
So
Perhaps
for clarity, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me to come back with. We had a wayfinding strategy conducted in that family of signs. Is the gateway entrance sign that's identified as part of the wayfinding strategy? Are you looking for different signs? Or are you just looking to get a price on what it would cost to install the signs that were approved in the report in Strathroy? Again, I need some clarity.
Sorry, go ahead, we'll get there. Councilor Pelkman.
Yeah, and then I see Councilor Pammer has her hand up too. Just, if we're gonna get a report from the director on this, I'd actually like to have identified what exactly is phase 2, because there were a lot of smaller signs that were, to me, the more important part of the wayfinding strategies. So, you know, once you're in town, you know, to find your way to substantial places in town. You know, the whole point behind the wayfinding strategy was that because Strathroy-Caradoc is at the intersection of three former townships that you've got some weird triangles and intersections going on, and people can't find their way around town. I think they can find their way to Strathroy, but I would like a list of what phase 2 actually was, so we can maybe cherry pick some of those signs out of there, rather than allocate the whole $300,000 or nothing.
That's fair. Councillor Palmer, did you want to weigh in?
Yeah, I think that sounds good. I think we need a little more detail about what the phase, with the 300,000 involves, and also some samples, so that we all understand what we're getting for the 300. And if they could be priced out individually, then I like Councillor Palpin's idea of, you know, picking what's a priority, and maybe we spread this out over a couple of years. But I am going to echo that it needs to get done. We need to, we talk about trying to attract business and attract investment and track all kinds of things. And if you have your signs that are 50 years old at the front and falling apart, we don't look like a municipality that has our eggs in, or, you know, our ducks in a row. So I think it needs to be done, but I would certainly be open to taking a look at it and seeing what we could do in some phases.
So we'll go with Councillor Wilsey, then Councillor Hippel.
Just to expand on, I think rather than just doing a report on what phase 2 would do, we don't know how many phases, like, maybe I'm sure there was a report, we don't know how many phases of $300,000 there is. We know we did the first one. This budget, they're asking for 2 of them, so I don't know how many more there are, but my thought would be if we get a report, we do a report on all the signage, we can maybe pull things forward from maybe the 3rd or 4th phase if we want, or 5th or 8th, I don't know how many phases there are, but just pick and choose what we want instead of just going to this phase, get a report on all of the signs, and we can choose which ones we want out of that.
Yeah, fair enough. Councillor Hippel.
So would we be, and I agree with this isn't an issue, but my question is, would we be keeping it uniform? Because I think one of the things back in the day when this came up, it was because we had, you know, signs willy-nilly, and some of them look nice, some of them look like garbage, and some like they're old and they've been here for 50,000 years, whatever. But so I think one of the things, like Councillor Palmer said, is, you know, we want to attract businesses, et cetera, so this is important, but we just want to make sure that we're keeping, whatever we do, we want to keep it uniform, because I think we've already put a few signs out. So if we decide to change things, we need to make sure that in that report, that, you know, what are we doing with the ones that we've already put out? So just to keep that in mind as well when the report comes back to us.
Okay, Councillor Derbyshire, then we're going to make.
Sorry, I just want to make one comment. Mine is more, I'm with Mike and I don't want to do this. They charged us $3,000 to put the word Mount Bridges on a sign. Get out of here. You're from Burlington, keep it. We got to have a local guy that can do this, or a heck of a lot local. I mean, if you think you're getting the second portion of this, you'd think you'd have given us a better deal on putting Mount Bridges on a sign. And that's kind of my way. I'm more like, get out of here. So that's just my opinion.
Okay, so we have a motion, and then,
Let it stand.
pardon me?
I'll just let it stand.
Okay, well, I'm gonna,
I don't know what it was. Can you repeat?
yeah, well, he just was.
I'm just motioning to withdraw this.
Yeah,
And
that's
you can
fine.
motion back in anything else
Yeah,
that you want.
and I'm gonna ask for an amendment to it, that we ask for a report on it, because I do want to see where it addresses the signs coming into Strathroy. That's important to me.
It is to me also. I agree with you, and I've talked to Councillor Palmer and probably others about it too. I agree, but I'm not looking for that sign
No.
at the edge. So that's why I'm saying, is it easier for clarity? Let's withdraw this. Then let's ask for a replacement, because I think we're looking for something illuminated,
Gateway sign.
a gateway sign. That's a great,
Okay, that's fine, I understand.
just for clarity.
Any other comments?
So are we getting a report?
No, that's not.
Hold this.
So, okay, we got a motion on the floor, we need to vote on it, no one's brought. Okay,
Oh, okay.
all in favor of pulling this item?
Yeah.
Okay, so now I would like to bring a motion as part of this to bring a report on the cost of replacing just the gateway signs in Strathroy. Second, Deputy Mayor, comments? Councillor Pelkman.
Should we not then be looking to have a fulsome discussion about the rest of the wayfinding strategy? Rather than just, motion about the gateway signage?
Sure, whatever, that's my motion, Councillor,
So I
I
guess
know there's some urgent, some in the community, in the business community, to replace those signs coming into Strathroy.
but if you're looking for a redesign, that's gonna take time.
Well, the gateway sign, right, it may be something different too, right? It may be something different. I understand what we're trying to accomplish, but wait, do we have a seconder on my you did second it, correct?
Yes.
So comment, Councillor Hippel.
So if we're looking at something different than, my concern is uniform. So if this is what we're doing, then we need to look at the fact that we're going to be replacing the ones that we just spent money on and $3,000 on putting.
No, just the gateway sign.
Just the gateway
I
sign?
just wanna see something on the gateway sign.
And it's not even all of them, it's just Strathroy.
Just the Strathroy gateway sign. I don't
If we
think,
get a price on one, we can apply it across the board.
To me, this should be a discussion in council.
yeah, that's fair.
That's where I'd take it.
Okay,
That's
that's
just me.
fair. I'll withdraw it. If we do that, just.
That's what I would do.
I agree. Yeah,
Okay,
I
that's
don't
point,
want to-
okay?
So you withdrew the motion?
Yeah, withdrew, so we remove that item.
Deputy Mayor, withdrawn?
Yep, I'm okay with that, folks.
I think that's the best.
Okay,
I was going to the bathroom.
okay, fine.
You
Just
can't go, you're not allowed.
I got your proxy, I got you.
storage racking at the museum.
So we're now in the museum. This is just additional storage that's needed for the ever-growing archives that we have located at 34 Frank Street. So it is storage that is needed to ensure that we're maintaining these artifacts in a respectful and safe manner.
Okay, questions? Deputy Mayor.
I see just following the report that there's possible grant funding, so I would say contingent upon receiving a grant.
Second by Councillor Derbyshire. Any questions? Councillor Pelkman.
Just I know that when we built that storage building in the back, it was built to be able to handle extra storage or compact storage stuff. And one of the unexpected issues of the success of the museum was that people started giving more stuff, which put pressure on the storage facilities. So I believe there's a significant amount of pressure in the storage facility as we speak now, and to delay this might cause operational issues.
Any other comments, concerns? Okay. All in favor? Opposed, if any? So, did you vote against this, Councillor Pammer, or in favor?
Sorry, it was in favor of approving if we found a grant.
Yes. So, okay, it was 4.
I have Frank's too.
You have
Yeah.
Frank's?
And I have John's.
Okay. So how would they vote? In favor? Opposed?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Motion's defeated.
Did I have Craig's?
You gonna tell them
Yes,
what you
you
voted for?
did.
It's okay, we can move on.
Yeah, concrete, I'm a history guy, so, concrete pathways director.
So this is, this set the cemetery to the new columbariums. There's no tax required for this, it will come out of the care and maintenance fund.
Okay, any questions, comments? Okay, next one, Director.
We're moving to, into the parks, system. The first one, page 19, is Alexander and Centennial Park Bridge repairs and rehabilitation. I'm gonna make a suggestion. This is to repair all 5 of the bridges that were identified. I'm gonna suggest maybe we break this down and do it over a few years, suggesting that we go to $200,000 instead of $475,000.
Any comments? So I'll bring the motion that we bring this project down to $200,000. Someone second, Councillor Wilsey. Any questions? Deputy Mayor.
I'm just interested, I know the main bridge going into Alexandra Park from what I used to refer to as the PUC parking lot. Is that, like, are they redoing the structure or just the hardwood? Well, I guess actually they cemented over it at one point in time. Like, what exactly will they be doing to that bridge?
So to that bridge, to all the bridges, we have to make them the rail compliant building codes. So right now the railings are climbable, so we have to engineer and redesign the railings so their pickets are going straight up and down as opposed to horizontal. We have to rebuild and stabilize the bridge banks, as well as replacing all of the hardwood mill cut wood that is the base of the bridges. The one you referenced there, Deputy Mayor, has a concrete slab poured over it. So there's not a lot of woodwork that we would have to do to that one, but the other 4 would all need a complete rebuild with regards to the wood. Right now, if we were to go through the parks, you'll see a number of sheets of plywood that have been put in place just to prevent people from falling through.
Okay. Councillor Derbyshire.
Sorry, I was gonna suggest we do 1 a year for 4 years or 5 years, whatever. If that one doesn't need a whole lot, that kinda breaks us down over a certain amount of time and pick your worst and then move forward. That seems like 100,000 a year then, as opposed to.
Okay, you can amend it so we had a second.
I would, yeah, I guess that's a friendly amendment to who made the motion.
Okay, I'm okay. You okay, Councillor Wilsey?
So confirming that the budget would be reduced to 100,000
100,000
per year.
One for every 4 years. Okay, any questions, comments? Councillor Wilsey.
Just with the longevity and knowing how the sun and the elements affect hardwood and wood, have we looked into doing composite or other materials besides wood? I know with my deck, if you build a composite deck, it lasts a whole lot longer than a deck that's made out of hardwood.
Director?
We have not looked at other building materials. I do know that those bridges have been installed in that park for a significant length of time, and this is the first time that I know that we'd be looking at refacing the bridges. So we can look at other materials. Not sure if the other materials would be able to be received to the structure that's there, but that we can always look at that.
Okay, we have a second. Sorry, Councillor Pelkman.
Just a question to the director. If we're reducing it down to 100,000, I mean, the bridges are different sizes and different makes. Are you able to complete one bridge a year for $100,000?
The larger bridge, that may be a little tight, and the bridge I'm thinking of is the one that crosses over at Victoria Street. It's one of the longer bridges and much wider. So $100,000 might be tight, but if it's more, then we can always come back to council and ask for a top up if we need be.
Okay, we have a second motion. All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Director, splash pad.
So the next one is the splash pads. So the splash pad in Strathroy is 11 years old now. The one in the bridges, I'm gonna say is 9. They both have some work that needs to be done to them to ensure for years of enjoyment to come. So looking for $15,000 to do some of that maintenance, and that includes caulking replacement, gasket repairs. There is a controller that we need to replace in the Mount Bridges splash pad.
Any questions? See none, Director. Next one.
This is the backstop for soccer net at Yorkview Community Park that backs on to some houses. There's several soccer balls that do end up in the backyards of those homes. So we're looking, we're looking to install a chain link backstop that is larger, so taller than the net by about 10 feet, about 10 and 15 feet wider on either side to prevent that.
Any questions? Councilor Derbyshire.
Just wondering, does it have to be chain link? Can we just not do something that's almost portable, for lack of a better way of putting it? Like, you know, that seems pretty heavy duty to stop soccer balls.
Director?
So we can look at going to a mesh, throwing up some poles and putting up mesh backing, similar to what you see at Alexander Park Ball Diamond. We can look at doing that. Not sure how much that's going to save. It may save us about 10 or 12 grand. We didn't price that out. We were looking at what other municipalities have done and building off of what their successes. So we can look at alternatives.
Deputy Mayor.
I'll motion that this gets deferred and a netting system be brought back for our consideration.
Second. Questions? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Ball diamond backstop.
This is Yorkview Community Park. We've got 2 ball diamonds that back onto one another. The backs are as old as the parties. We're looking at replacing them with a newer backstop where the angle of the chain link actually goes out with the home plate. So if there are foul hang, so we're looking to do both of the backstops for $150,000.
Councilor Derbyshire.
I'll motion again that we put the extender poles with netting out over the top, as opposed to redoing the whole thing. I think this will stop the problem of balls going from one end to the other. It's done at lots of other ballparks at a fraction of what this will be.
I will second that motion. Any Deputy Mayor?
Just a consideration for an amendment. If you do one backstop, you solve both problems. Because it might not leave one part, or if it leaves your ball diamond, if my ball diamond has the netting, it catches it there. You understand?
Yeah, I do.
So all we gotta do is fix one on the angle where it goes towards the other ballpark and you're pretty much done.
Spectators.
So, yeah.
Except for the spectators.
So why don't we defer this? The motion is we defer it to have a report come back.
Sounds good.
Okay, all in favor? Opposed, any? Carried.
So this project is a ball diamond rehabilitation. If council remembers the last meeting where this came up, we were talking about swapping 2 diamonds. So Alexander Park has a hardball diamond in it where we have a men's with the Royals team play, the men's team, as well as the older Bantam and midgets for minor baseball. It is many times where baseballs leave that diamond and cross Caradoc Street. It is an undersized hardball diamond, so it's not an official size. We want to take that diamond and move it out to Yorkview Community Park where the Bantam diamond is located, which is an official size hardball diamond. And then take the activities that would be on the Bantam diamond and put them on the Alexander Park diamond. So this would require us removing the current infield in Alexander Park and putting in clay. It would also require us taking the Bantam diamond and installing in a grass infield. So basically replacing what we have at Alexander Park out of the Bantam diamond at the Yorkview Community Park. Now, we do have a grant, we have applied for a program through the Jay's Care program for some funds to aid in this program. We've applied to the Jay's Care Field of Dreams for $125,000, and we're looking for council to approve we applied for $150,000. Trying to get the train of thought here. We've applied for $125,000 from the Jay's Care, and we're looking for $150,000 of taxation to complete the project. Now, you would have noticed on the sheet that I've identified $125,000 for recovery. That would be from the grant program through the Jay's Field of Dreams. If we're not successful in obtaining that grant, I've suggested that $125,000 comes from the gas tax, which is the Canada Community Build Fund, with $150,000 from taxation. Gives us that ability to flip those two diamonds and make them much safer for those that are playing, as well as those that may be passing by.
Okay, any questions? Deputy Mayor.
I guess I'm concerned at $275,000, and again, living here for a few years anyways, I've never seen, I can't say I've never seen a ball leave the park, but this idea of the baseball leaving the park down at Alexander Park is new to me. This has never been an issue that I've experienced in the past, and that ballpark has always been the whole thing is set up for hardball, as far as its location and the mound, and so this is a lot of money to switch two parks where I'm not familiar with the issue at hand, I guess, is the easiest way to say it.
So if you were to go down during the warm-up of a game, whether it's a band midget or a senior men's game, they actually have people standing outside the fence on the sidewalk catching balls that may come over the net, over the fence during warm-up and such. The concern here is it honestly takes one ball to hit a car, to go through a windshield. The depth of a regulation hardball diamond is 400 feet. We do not have 400 feet anywhere on the diamond in Alexander Park. So the idea is to put the Royals men's team as well as the band and midget team on a diamond that is of regulation size, and put the younger age groups as well as slow pitch and co-ed teams in Alexander Park. So.
Okay, Councillor Palmer. You're up there, Donna.
I would be interested, sorry?
You're up.
Okay. I would be interested in hearing from the baseball teams, hearing from them directly about how important this is to them or whether it makes sense. And there might be some other things that, I don't know, maybe they're not happy about the move. I don't know. And I just wonder if, yeah, that would just make me more comfortable making a big decision like this if we were able to hear from a delegation of some of those baseball teams.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
I think that's a great idea. I would also say I'd like to see a second option here being, I'd like to see this roughly drafted out. I'm not suggesting we spend any money doing it. The director could easily do it. How much shorter we have the 400 feet? If it's 20 or 30 feet, what's the cost of pushing back this field? Like push the home plate back whatever we need to make this field 400 feet. Because if they're only catching it at the sidewalk, if people are standing on the sidewalk and catching a baseball, we may be able to solve this problem right here for considerably less money and maintain the idea of bringing these high quality ball teams downtown where I'd like to see them stay.
Okay, Councilor Derbyshire.
I got a theme going here, and I think we should put up more netting. That's,
I
like-
thought the same thing.
you know, I mean, if you want to stop it from going on the road, there are ball clubs that are out there that do base onto it, and they have 30-foot poles with netting up to stop the ball. And honestly, if you put it over that, you're probably putting it over the road, so we don't have to worry about it hitting a car.
I've never seen it hit
Okay, Councilor Wilsey, then we'll, because we have anybody bring a motion? I don't think so.
I will.
No, wait, he has a question first, then.
Two comments. One, if we've ever applied for the grant, I think that's good. I do not think we should be using gas tax. I think gas tax should be used for roads, not necessarily moving ball diamonds around. And the other part is for $150,000 in tax. If it's really that important to the baseball teams, maybe we can do part of this to the PTP and they can fundraise it as well. And maybe we do a third or something that way. But $150,000 in tax, especially if we don't get the grant, I just don't think this makes sense.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
A motion to defer this with other options brought forward for consideration and consultation with ball teams.
Okay, second there. Councilor Wilsey.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
I just have one question, and it's to the director. When talking about the grant, can you keep going forward with the grant while still working with what we're kind of planning here, or does this stop your forward motion with the grant?
So the grant's already been, so we're in the second rounds now with the grant. So we were approved in the first round, so we had to reapply, so we got cut to the short list. We'll know in April whether or not we were successful.
Okay. I got all in favor? Opposed, any carried. Sorry,
Sorry.
did you have a motion?
No motion on this one, just clarify some information. Gas tax is not the correct term. It's actually a community building fund, and we can't use it for anything other than community building, which is non-roads. So gas tax is no longer existent to us. So it has to be used for recreation. It can't be used for our other wealthy department.
If we get the grant, we're good, because that covers most of it.
Could we, like, just because I obviously I took a peruse before we came, and I mean, would that be something that we could use, like, because we're going to be looking at fixing up, like, playgrounds and playground equipment and stuff, would that work for that? Yes, okay.
Okay. And just a comment, Director, I hope you don't mind, but I've noticed that both Deputy Chief Beasley and Director Strauss are here if you feel, because I think we're, for lack of a better word, done with you, and it's 8:04, and you have families at home, and if you wish to depart, I don't think anybody will be offended. Did you? I know Director Payne, we need him, sorry. But I just thought I would make that for you if you're sitting there wondering, you know.
I want Jake to start though.
Yeah, we'll stay for support.
Okay, if you feel, but
All right.
Deputy Chief, if you
No.
feel free. I just thought I'd make that. The next, Director Littlemore.
We got.
So the multi-use pavilion and storage at the Fairgrounds Recreation Complex, council moved that to $1 million, or approved $1 million, I understand, to move forward, or source out the remaining $500,000 that was non-taxation. So staff come back with a suggestion that we look at taking build fund that Dr. Dakin has explained, while we're still in the midst of working with a local individual who has shown some significant interest in providing some funds towards this. Not $500,000, but some significant funds nonetheless. So this project will provide access to those with mobility challenges to all of the amenities within that park, provide a fully compliant AODA washroom, as well as much needed storage needed for the programs that go on through the department, but as well as storage for different organizations as well. This also gives us the ability to increase the number of camp kids that we could bring into the camp, so it's another resource where we have the ability of raising an additional $100,000 in revenue from increased participation at our summer camp program, as well as rental fees for that space for different ball tournaments and special events and so on.
Okay, any questions? Councillor Wilsey.
I read this, and I remember the discussion we had during council. I don't remember the discussion being fined $500,000 from somewhere else in the budget. I remember the discussion being finding $500,000 from a source outside the municipality, and that's how it got reduced to $1 million. It was Councillor Puckman's motion, I believe, that evening. I'll defer on him to this, but I feel this isn't really in the spirit of what council asked the department to do. So if we can use the $500,000 there, I still think we still should find $500,000 of private money. Then we can reduce the taxable portion down to $500,000, keep the $500,000 gas tax, and still need to find the $500,000 of additional money. I don't feel pulling it from another pool where we're going to replace it from tax really is what in the spirit the council asked for.
Any Deputy Mayor?
Thank you. Sorry to the director, I'm speaking quite a bit this evening. I think this project needs to be reduced in its scope dramatically. In today's world, I have a really hard time putting a $1.5 million pavilion up anywhere. So I think I would like to see this deferred and brought back for a much smaller scope. I think the Welsh building, ball diamond building, I know it needs a little bit of work. If it needs work such as a roof, that can be addressed. I'm not in favor of knocking down buildings because they need a roof on them. But this is just too grandiose of a scope in the current fiscal market. I'll make a motion that it gets deferred.
Anyone to second? Councillor Derbyshire, any comments or questions? Councillor Pelkman. Oh, sorry.
I understand the deputy mayor's comments about the money, especially when we have lots of demands. However, I think the scope and considering what does happen in that park isn't too grandiose, but I do think it can be maybe portioned out because there are different components within that $1.5 million that can be done at different times, and maybe rather than rethink the project, just portion it out so that it's not so much money all at once.
Councillor Pammer, did you have a?
Yeah, I would agree with Councillor Puckman. I think that one of the important things would be public washrooms. I think as that site is getting used more and more with more and more activities, we need to make sure that there's public accessible washrooms there. So I would like to see it broken out to phases with washrooms being first and all the other doodads coming later as we can afford them.
Councilor Derbyshire.
I just am gonna go to public washrooms. I understand you want them, I think the pool has some, I know the arena has some. If you go and put these there, someone's gonna have to police them, someone's gonna have to clean them, someone's gonna have to repair them, or someone's going to end up going there every night and locking them, and every morning unlocking them, unless we want somebody living in them, which is what will end up happening down there, or doing other things that we possibly don't want to deal with at all. Whereas your South Middlesex Arena, or Middlesex Arena, is open from set hour in the morning till set hour at night. There's public washrooms there. In the summertime, the pool's there. It has public washrooms. I think you're asking for a lot of trouble in just opening up a building with washrooms wide open. That's my opinion on that side of things.
Can I inject? I agree with that sentiment. I've thought about that too, that it's fraught with peril to open them up, so I agree with that. Any Deputy Mayor?
I agree with you both also. I think there's other options that could be explored, particularly through the summer months where I know some of these private companies that do sanitation have trailers with 6 or 8 units on them, and they basically bring them in and park them, so I think there's other alternatives that we can look at as opposed to building a building and building a washroom, and essentially in a year's time or 2 years' time, we're going to be locking the doors and tearing it down because it will be like all the other washrooms that have been built over the last 30 or 40 years. They get destroyed.
Okay. Do we have a second motion in front of you to defer this project? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried.
So the next project in front of you is playground replacement fund.
No, I apologize.
So I think we need to clarify.
Parks and Recreation.
Hold on. I think I'm gonna twig to what you, go ahead, Councilor.
I think we need to clarify where Councillor Bammer voted, because 2 of us hold proxies, which would make that 5.
Okay,
Can I,
you know what, Councilor Payton, in fairness, after I saw that, it's okay, and I thought that, yes.
can I ask a quick question? I know I voted not to defer, but at the same time, I thought we were going to did you not, was your motion not that you wanted to break it down?
I didn't make the motion, it was a motion to
That was
defer.
my suggestion.
It was a motion to defer.
Oh.
Okay, you know what, in fairness, just, because the vote, and there's proxies, I'm gonna call for a recorded vote, but just so we know where we're at with the votes, okay? I think that's fair. Agree, Councilor Coughlin?
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh.
so we'll go here, Deputy Mayor. Yes
I
or
was
no?
voting for something different.
Defer, yes.
Yes, okay, because I'm just gonna record.
Defer.
Defer.
That wasn't what the actual motion said though, was it?
Yeah.
I think you wanted to make if I can
I
back
know,
up,
I-
actually, were you
that's-
looking for a friendly amendment to the
There
original
was
motion?
never an amendment made, that's.
There was not, okay.
No one made an amendment.
I'm planning on making a motion after this if it fails.
Okay.
Okay, that's fine.
Can you read the motion?
Yep.
Yes. The motion as it stands, as no amendment was accepted, was moved by Deputy Mayor McGuire, seconded by Councillor Derbyshire, that the multi-use pavilion with storage and washrooms project be deferred and brought back to council with a smaller scope.
Okay,
Oh.
Councillor Pelkman, you have yours, and Councillor Brannan's.
Oh, I'm gonna vote yes.
Did you?
I went,
deferred.
I voted with Mike.
Okay.
Would you vote?
I vote no.
Noted.
And Councillor Brennan votes no.
Okay. Councillor Wilsey.
I vote to defer and have it brought back with a smaller scope.
Okay. Councillor Hippel.
Well, I'm struggling with this one only because I thought that the motion was slightly different. So, I want it brought back. I wanted it done in pieces, like, so I'm not, geez, and I have Frank's, okay. So, I guess, I mean, I think Frank would want this to, I think Frank and I might vote differently on this, to be honest with you.
Okay.
I would like to see it come back, in pieces, but I don't, that's what I would like, and I think, perhaps Frank wouldn't want it deferred though. So
Need a vote, I'm sorry to do
so
that
what
to
do
you.
I have to do, can I do one and the other?
Yes, you can, yep.
So the motion I'm planning on bringing after this is to have it.
Yeah, I know where you're going, yep.
Okay, well then I'll vote against the motion then,
Both ways?
both ways, yeah.
Okay,
'cause I don't
Counselor
know.
Palmer.
This is
I vote to defer.
Sorry,
I vote to defer also.
okay.
It gets deferred, so.
And listen, folks, I don't mind going back and to get it
Sorry.
right with the proxies.
But it is coming back.
Yeah,
It's coming back.
okay,
Okay.
there you go. So, yeah, apply to defer. Okay, so it was deferred. Motion carried.
Okay,
Okay,
it's getting to be late.
yeah, next one, we still, and I do want to do the close, playground replacement fund. Director?
So moving on to the next project, the replacement fund. And the
Having trouble hearing you
Parks and
there.
Recreation Master Plan for 2021 to start setting must-have equipment in the future.
Okay, I think we got it. Any questions on this? No? Okay, carried. Director is a sport field lighting replacement. We okayed the playground replacement fund.
Okay, so this is just a continuation of the sport field replacement lighting program as identified in the Parks and Recreation Master Plan for 2021. As in the previous meeting, it's harder and harder to find replacement parts over 20 years of old, or 20 years of age. We don't, it would be great if the lighting on the ball diamond was the same lighting that was on the soccer field to have replacement parts, but that's not the way it is. So staff are looking for $700,000 to replace those two fields.
Okay, any questions or comments? Councillor Wilsey.
We have a lot of comments about ball diamonds tonight. If we replace these lights, is that one of the fields that we're talking about changing and adding netting or doing different things to on one of the other motions? Because if that's the case, maybe we just do the soccer field and figure out what we're doing with the ball diamonds before we spend $350,000 on lights.
To answer Councillor Wilsey's question there, the ball diamond we're looking at is the lit ball diamond at the Yorkview Community Park. So it is one that we're talking about putting in a new backstop, but we're now looking at putting fencing or netting. That's not going to have an impact on that diamond. There was no conversation or indication we're going to be relocating this diamond. This diamond is here to stay at the Yorkview Community Park.
Okay, any other questions? Councillor Pelkman.
So what all does $700,000 cover? Because, wow, that's a lot of money for 2 sports fields. So are the towers having to be replaced? Like, are they rotting out? Or is it just a matter of changing the lights on top of the towers?
So the towers at the ball diamond are the web nature. So they're of a concern for us. They sway in the wind. They're looking to be replaced. They're not tall enough either. So if you drive by Yorkview Community Park, you'll see that we installed some new lighting on the back ball diamond, and it's much higher than the ball diamond lighting that you would have at the ball diamond at Yorkview, the one we're looking at now. Same thing with the soccer field, the poles are a bit too short to provide the exact coverage. We could make the soccer field work with the existing poles, but it would not be ideal.
So, go ahead, Counselor, then I have a question too.
So I'm gonna ask a question, but I think council get the gist of where I'm headed. So, I know, many years ago when, one of the minor sports organizations wanted improvements, that they, essentially put a charge on each child that was playing. And we're talking a significant amount of cash just for the York Street fields. Is that maybe, we need to look at a user system here where, if the sports organizations really want all these improvements to go forward, then they've got to, put a surcharge on their players to, pay for all these. And I would say that if they, as long as they can find replacement parts, this is a crazy amount of money to be spending on lighting in sports fields to extend the hours of a sports field.
Yeah, and I was gonna interject too, thanks for that, because would it not be prudent, Director Lilborn, to source as many lights and ballasts as we can and store them? I mean, I don't expect that we wait till one's burned out and try to source it, but would it not be prudent to go out and buy a bunch of lights and ballasts and keep them in storage?
If that is council's wish, that's what we can do. We're just working off the recommendation from the Parks and Recreation Master Plan. So if council would like us to go out, we buy a couple cases of bulbs and 3 or 4 ballasts and have them in storage and revisit this in a couple of years, we can do that as well. That's not a bad plan. We would need some additional funds allocated to the operating budget to execute that though.
So I'm gonna make a motion that we defer this and that staff, you come back with a report for the operating budget and what you think a number is that you need to purchase a number of lights and ballasts. Is that a second?
So if I may, Your Worship, we have 3 fields left to do. So we've got the 2 fields at Yorkview and we've got the Welch Diamond yet to be converted over to LED. So I'll take an inventory of what we need each one of those diamonds to make sure that we have supplies for all 3 areas. So we're not, just looking at Yorkview, if that's fair.
Okay, sorry, Deputy.
Can I ask for an amendment instead of deferring it, that we remove it and bring that back into and bring the other
Okay,
back into the operating
I'll do
budget?
that. Yeah, remove the item and ask for the report on lights. Seconder?
Seconded.
Second, any other comment? All in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Trail allocation.
Moving on to the next.
Donna has a question.
Moving on to the
Sorry.
project.
I apologize, hold on there, Dirk. I apologize, Donna. Did you have a?
Okay, I just wanted to quickly, I'd like to put forth the motion, just following up on Steve's comments, that we get a report, not, during this budget process, but that we look at some cost recovery for some of these items in the parks. So whether, like you said, I guess a surcharge has been done in the past, and what that might look like, and how that might support all of these very expensive upgrades that are needed for the parks. Because I do think that there needs to be some user use contribution. So I'd like to put that motion forward.
Someone a second? Councillor Hippel, all in favor? Opposed, if any? Carried. Trail allocation.
If the users haven't asked.
So trail allocation is, staff are requesting $500,000 to start a trails reserve fund. In 2022, the municipality undertook a recreation trails master plan. It has approximately $19 million worth of trails. I understand that that $19 million is not something that we're talking about doing over the next 2 or 3 years. We're probably talking 2 or 3 decades. But we need to start somewhere. Currently, there is no reserve fund for trails. We have been very fortunate to have some service clubs who've come forward and helped us build trails and so on. But this type of program requires us to start setting aside some funds to look at how we take trails across the entire community.
Okay, questions? Deputy Mayor.
$500,000, I can't support at this point in time. I'd love to see more trails. I think trails are something that are probably more money being raised by service groups or interest groups. So I would be motioning to remove this. If that passes, I will tell you I would then be interested in motioning at perhaps a later time that we look at whether there's a policy where we do dollar for dollar with somebody that wants to make donations into the reserve fund for trails, but just putting out $500,000 I couldn't agree with, so I'll make a motion to remove.
Someone to second. Councillor Derbyshire, any comments or concerns? Councillor Pelkman.
I think I'll be in the same position as Councillor Hippel, that I think since I have Councillor Brennan's proxy, he's probably gonna vote differently than I do, so I'll ask for a recorded vote.
That's fair. We can, yep.
Too.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have a second motion. Do you have a question or comment there? Oh,
We have done it.
oh, sorry, and then on it, yeah.
Sorry, my only comment was going to be with this. It's not that I'm opposed to trails, but I do agree we should be working with, whether it's a conservation authority or some private landowners, like somebody, we have to put these trails somewhere. So, you know, to just start allocating funds and being like, we're gonna shove trails here, there, and everywhere, we should definitely have a plan as to where we're going. And if that does mean we're into private property and stuff we don't own, then, you know, we're gonna need to work on things like that, you know, that kind of.
Councillor Pammer, then we'll bring it to a vote.
I agree that $500,000 is pretty steep, but I do think it's prudent to start a fund. You know, maybe $100,000 a year, and then we also have to think about grants and matching grants, and if we don't have any money set aside, should those opportunities become available, we're not going to be able to take advantage of them. So, yeah, I would like to see it like $100,000 a year, not 500.
Did you want to bring a friendly amendment, Councillor Pammer?
Yeah, I'll bring a friendly amendment that the trail fund be reduced to $100,000 this year.
I can choose that.
Okay, Councillor Derbyshire?
I don't want to find, no.
Okay. So
Sorry, I
that's
don't.
defeated. Okay, so we have a second motion to remove this sorry, Councillor Wilsey.
Just as a comment, we're already putting around $100,000 toward the bridges in a park. What if we just make that $100,000 annual, and then once the bridges are repaired, it becomes our trail allocation fund? We don't need a separate $100,000. We just make that one a continuing, ongoing one instead of a project that's ending in 2 or 3 years. What about that for something we've already got money allocated? We're already spending money on trails and fixing them up this year. Why don't we just make that annual, and then we can defer this or remove this, and then just keep the $100,000 annual going forward, and then keep using that for parks and decide in 3 years if we want to keep doing it.
Yes, that's Donna, yeah. Well, no, this is new, hers was defeated, so this is.
Mike's motion.
It's Mike's motion, so you need to make a friendly amendment.
I'm not opposed to Mike's mention to defer it. I'm just saying we could do the other thing later.
Make an amendment.
Yeah, are you making a friendly amendment?
I don't think we need to, I don't think I can make an amendment on a previously passed motion.
It hasn't been passed. No,
No, 'cause
you're right. Why don't we do this? Why don't we defer that for later discussion? Okay, so we're getting all convoluted here. So we have a motion in front of us, recorded vote, Deputy Mayor. Councillor Derbyshire. A motion to remove this item
Yeah,
completely.
I'm in favor of removal.
Yep. Councillor Pelkman.
I will vote in favor. I believe Councillor Brennan would vote to keep the
Okay,
money.
got it. Councillor Wilsey.
I vote for removal.
Councillor Hippel.
I vote for removal, but I'm pretty sure Frank would vote to keep it in.
Right. And I'll vote for removal.
And
And
Donna?
Donna.
I vote to remove it.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes, I'm sorry.
before we leave this topic in total, I actually like Councillor Wilsey's idea.
Thank you.
However, I think there needs to be public participation in that process as well, so it's not solely taxpayer funded. Just if we're gonna evolve that idea and at some point revisit it, I'd just like to put that out on the table that
Okay.
there should be public, so if we create a fund, that fund should only be used if there's private participation with that.
I agree, so why don't we look at that one at the council level later on?
Yeah,
Councillor.
I'd say that's a great idea. We could maybe even do like a PTP and run it through CDAC, so it doesn't actually have to come here for everything.
That's
Okay.
perfect.
Well, I think this is the last one, Kemp Crescent Trail entrance.
This is,
Did you
just
have-
$50,000 allocated to, modify the Kemp Crescent Trail entrance.
Okay, any questions?
Currently, there's just
Sorry.
armor stone blocking off.
I see a hand there, I'm just trying to get to Councillor Pelkman.
Sorry, I thought he was done talking. My question to the director is, has the stopgap measures that have put in place stopped the issues that were present?
It has stopped the parking of trucks and vehicles, but it hasn't stopped kids from playing street hockey and stuff on that section of asphalt.
Yeah, and I will jump in, that the homeowners have reached out to me on this. There's a couple of issues, right? One was the belief that this was supposed to just be a trail opening, right? So the homeowners have reached out to me. Go ahead.
So I will just say, this is what actually we requested as part of the
Yeah.
contract subdivision. So we could have had what we wanted if we demand that if we request that from the developer. We're now here going to cost taxpayers $50,000 to reduce this. To me, I like hockey. I say let them play. It's sad that the neighbors are like this. Maybe they have to put up a fence.
Any other comments, questions?
You have Donna again.
Donna, yep. I was looking at Greg there. That was Donna?
I'll put a motion on the floor to remove this from the budget.
I'll second it.
Okay. Well, this is gonna be my comment. The homeowners have asked for this, and it's the will of council, but I will tell you, there's, homeowners adjacent were looking for this, and, not that I can sway anybody, but I'll be voting to keep it. But anyways, any other questions? Deputy Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to spend $50,000 on it, so I'm in agreement with the motion on the floor. However, why aren't we just running a line of armor stone down the middle that people can sit on as they're coming in and out of the trail system? People can't park on there. You're like $5,000 worth of stone. Then they can't play hockey on that if that's a big issue for the homeowners. And I get it, that house on the right-hand side of my screen is well over $1 million home, probably closer to 2. So I appreciate the homeowners. So let's just put armor stone, and it gets rid of the issue. It keeps people from parking on there. nice row of armor stone spaced out, you know, randomly down through there. And you got, put a dollar figure that we're comfortable doing, if anybody has an interest in that. Actually, I'll try to make a friendly amendment then, to the tune of $5,000. So we'll leave it for $5,000 with the idea of using armor stone to alleviate the problems and concerns of both the neighbors and the parking.
Yeah, any other comments or concerns? I will say, tell you, because I talked to the homeowners, they want a fence. It's an issue with people cutting on their property and going back to the trail.
And I appreciate that, but if we do a fence here, we have to do it a whole lot of other places
Yeah,
around
that's
the
fine.
municipality, which
Yeah.
becomes an enormous dollar figure for us. So I totally understand
Okay.
what they're getting at. And I've asked for a friendly amendment. So we go back to Donna.
Yep, Donna, you okay with a friendly amendment? No? Okay.
Nope.
Okay,
We're trying.
So, nobody's friendly tonight.
okay,
They want out.
all right, all in favor?
What,
Yeah.
Of Donna.
Donna's, yes. Gotta say this, opposed? Okay, I think that's it. I did have one though, Director, and that was to do with Park in Campbellvale. So we've asked for the study to be done. Any funds for next year will be allocated in the 2025, correct? But we're going to clean it up this year. Okay.
So, hello? Yeah. Funds remain in the operating budget. We have funds available to do some work in Campbellville from cleaning it up. And we have funds in the operating budget to look at having a landscape architect come up with some design strategies.
Okay, okay, with that, we do have to move in closed session. I know it's 8:37, but there's something important we need to do. So a motion and council move into closed session at 8:38. Two items pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act as amended regarding personal matters of an identifiable individual, including municipal or local board employees. All in favor? Councilor Wilsey, second by Councilor Hippel. All in favor? Carried. We'll take a 10-minute bio break. Okay, thank you. Closed session adjourned at 9:16. In closed session, we met to discuss two items pursuant to section 239 of the Municipal Act. Motion that the direction in closed session be approved. Oh, motion to resume. Counselor Wilsey, second by Counselor Hippel, all in favor? Carried. Motion that the direction in closed session be approved. Deputy Mayor, second by Counselor Derbyshire, all in favor? Carried. Motion to adjourn at 9:17 PM.
Do we have a next meeting?
Yeah, we'll need to separate that.
Well, I saw that, but I want to speak to the CAO, just given what's going on with her now, so just let me speak to the,
At the call of the chair.
pardon me?
At the call of the chair.
Yeah, to call of the chair, thank you, he knows the procedures. Motion to adjourn at 9:17. Deputy Mayor, second by Counselor Hippel, all in favor? Carried. Wake up. I'm wide awake.